So to use the microphones? I think so. Yes. Okay. Okay, good morning everybody. I am honored to welcome you for this final conference of the WEAVE project, and I am happy to be here once more talking part of an event related to our European projects. It's a long time we started this way. It was 2012, so 10 years ago, when we took part of Europeana photography. Probably more of you remember this project. And since that date, we have been participating in many projects with different approaches: photography, Europeana, digital preservation, sports, intangible heritage, etc. All are related to cultural heritage, and of course, the Centre de Recerca i Difusió de la Imatge, the CRDI, is always in a good position to provide content, and it's always enthusiastic, as you know, to learn from other partners, and also it's always ready to organize events like this. Events that let us meet face to face, fortunately, in order to debate about the cultural heritage and related aspects. After my presentation, Mr. George Ionadis, the project coordinator of this project, will tell you about the WEAVE. So there is no need to explain what it's about from my side, but I would like to tell you something about the importance of the intangible heritage, and in our case, more specifically, about the meaning of the Castellers archive. Because we, at the CRDI, have focused on this aspect of the Catalan culture as content providers. Castellers associations develop an important activity, and the witnesses of their performances are important nowadays and mainly in the future. I'm talking about photographs, videos, posters, and all the written documents that are part of their current activity. All these documents are in their archives and needs to be preserved and disseminated. Europeana is the best way, and we are happy to be part of it and have the opportunity to make all these archives accessible to be better known in Europe. Some of you yesterday were to the Cinematry 4, and all of us have had the opportunity to discover the audiovisual that reuse our documentation, and I think that it's a proof, a clear proof, that we have to preserve, we have to keep this documentation in order to, of course, to preserve this historical memory. This is our team and our main role in the project. Besides, we also have been working on 3D digitization of our daguerreotype collection. Marc Hernández and David Iglesias We'll talk about this later on. I think that Mark's team has done an excellent job in digitization of the daguerreotypes of our collection. You can see the results in the screens that there are outside of this room. Thank you all the partners of WEAVE project to come to Girona and to participate in this conference. Thank you also to all attendees for your interest in our activity. I hope we will learn a lot from the different presentations and that we will have an interesting day sharing knowledge and experiences. So thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Joan, for the introduction, and I'm really happy to be here. It's a very nice place. We are under the arc now, so you can see it. We have been in Girona the last days, and we saw how important intangible cultural heritage is, and those of us who were in this conference in the cinema yesterday saw how important it is to preserve it. So I'm George Ioannidis. I'm from Into Digital Innovations, and I'm the coordinator of the WEAVE project. WEAVE started in 2021, and the aim was, and still is, to connect tangible and intangible heritage and with communities, and allow communities at risk to provide basically their view of the story and preserve their memories. We think this is important because this allows to have a collective memory and an identity and build up an identity. Well, this project is now coming to an end. This is the final, in a way, a bigger event. We are going to present the outcomes that we have developed, which are in a variety of sectors of, for example, how to engage with these communities at risk and how to make them aware of what they can do and how they can contribute to Europeana, aggregation, and what content can be and what are the guidelines for introducing this content in this Europeana library, tools that they can use in order to do all the steps from collecting, curating, aggregating, ingesting, and all of that we are going to see later today. I'm very happy to be here. I'm sure we will have a very useful and fruitful day. You will get a lot of insights here. And I wanted to stress that this is not only an activity that we are doing this in a partnership. And we have a great consortium with many partners, and I would like to mention here content providers like the European Roma Institute for Culture and Arts, CRDI, of course, our host here in Girona, Pedexumpo, Top Photo from the UK, and we have also people who work, of course, Europeana as a big part, as a big role in this consortium. We have people who work on the research, like KU Leuven or Coventry University, and we have developers like ThinkCode, us, and UNL, both research and developers. So I think it's an honor to represent this consortium here, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to be the leader of this consortium in the last 2 years, or 1.5 years. So I would like to say thank you to you all and wish you a very fruitful conference day. I would also like to say some things for the online audience. If you are there and want to pose a question, then use this. You can pose the question on the chat, on the I think on the stream chat on YouTube. But also you can use this hashtag #WEAVE_EU to pose questions on Twitter. So we will monitor both the chat and the Twitter feed So, and answer your questions. Don't be shy. We look forward for your questions and your insights and your comments. Thank you. So the next step here in part is basically we have prepared 2 keynote speeches, and one from Europeana regarding unheard voices, how to tell these diverse stories, and one from Antonella from Photo Consortium about cultural values and identities. I would like to invite Yolan to come here to the stage and continue with the presentation on unheard voices.
Thank you so much, Luis. Okay, hello everyone. Good morning. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Right, okay, that looks good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really happy to be able to present. And I hope the online audience can hear me as well. I am Jolan Weitz. I work as a collections editor at Europeana. I was invited to speak here a bit about, not necessarily about the Weave project. There's a lot of really great presentations coming up that will highlight the outcomes of that project. I want to kind of zoom out a little bit and talk more generally about the kind of complex story and web that is trying to tell stories about minoritized communities and make diverse voices, unheard voices heard on platforms like Europeana and more widely in the cultural heritage sector. I will also close with some kind of call to action to the importance of projects like Weave, which was a really good example of how to embed diversity and inclusion within your project, and how I hope that we can harness projects like these in the future for a more inclusive cultural heritage sphere. So let's start with a bit of a reality check. I strongly feel that diversity it's really hip right now. It's hot, it's happening, you know, diversity is really cool. We have a lot of different things to thank for that in the past few years. Movements like third wave feminism, post-colonial thought and practice, and social movements like Black Lives Matter and Me Too. And I'm very happy to be working at a time in the cultural heritage sector where talking about diversity and inclusion is really front of mind for a lot of people. It's something that is really something that we talk about almost in daily discussion. I do find it important to acknowledge that it is kind of a trend, because as quickly as trends come up, they want to die down as well, and the next thing will come up. So acknowledging that this is something that is happening in the past few years really makes it important to me to do all of this work to structurally improve the cultural heritage sphere and embed inclusion into our work now, when it's front of mind for a lot of people, when they are discussions that we can have, so that a lot of the structural change that we want to have is in place once this inevitable trend dies down and the next thing pops up. So I have a few examples from the Wellcome Collection and from the Horniman Museum. Some institutions are really far ahead in decolonizing their collections and working on post-colonial thought. Others still need some capacity building, some work to get there. So the question then is, what are the changes that we really want to enact right now? What is really important? And my first point here is the importance of changing hearts and minds within your organization, which seems like a very difficult thing to do. The lucky thing is that this is front of mind for a lot of people now. These discussions are happening. And I do feel like it might be some people might think that this is a very, polarizing discussion to have, that there's people in organizations that are on the left, they're progressive, they're woke, and they have to battle against the traditionalists. I do want to try to kind of say that is a bit of a fallacy. I feel like that battle between progressive and traditionalist is a narrative that is used a lot, mostly because it's very mediatized. It's something that is a really good story to tell. My experience, though, has been in the cultural heritage sector and in Europe specifically, that the discussion with us really hasn't been that polarizing, luckily. That doesn't mean it's not hard. There's still a lot of difficult discussions to have. And an example I wanted to give from that is this slide comes from the Europeana Essentials slide deck, which is a slide deck with a lot of slides that our colleagues can take out and use within their own presentations when they go to a conference, when they speak at an event, when they want to represent Europeana in some way. This is a slide that was added fairly recently, and so it says, I need to turn around for this, diversity and inclusion. We want to create a brave space in which everyone feels welcome, represented, and safe. We want to identify areas of concern and understand our unconscious biases, where, in our people, in our training, in our editorial output, in European content, in our technical accessibility. Reading this, you might think, yeah, duh, of course, we want to make people feel welcome and safe. That's a super normal thing to do. But reading those sentences, I am mostly reminded of all of the discussions that we had around this terminology, about what it actually meant, which were really important to have. Looking at these words, I remember discussions we had about what is a brave space or a safe space anyway? Are people really not feeling welcome to come to a Europeana event, for instance? I feel welcome going to a conference. Are other people really not having that? Aren't we already diverse enough in Europeana, in the cultural heritage sector? And these are all very valid questions, very important questions, because those questions then lead to the discussions that we have to do this changing of hearts and minds, to recognize that there are unconscious biases that we have, that there is action that we need to undertake to make people feel more inclusive. Am I forgetting anything? No. So an example of this need for changing hearts and minds is our own editorial team. I'm the guy in the bottom right with a bit younger, a lot shorter hair. So our editorial team is a team of 7, and one of the questions we asked ourselves is, aren't we already diverse enough in this team? And in some ways, yes, we have a really good gender balance in our team. We have more than 5 different countries in Europe that are represented. We speak more than 5 different languages. We're all from very diverse, different backgrounds and lived experiences. So there are a lot of stories that we can tell within our team. But that doesn't mean, of course, that we in some way can or try to represent the whole cultural breadth of Europe's history or Europe's legacy. We can't do that. We wouldn't even want to try to do that. That's an impossible undertaking. And there are a lot of stories that we can tell, but we do see that when we go through our database, when we go through our content, we find so many objects, so many stories that are really important and really nice to tell, but that we in our team just don't have the expertise or the background to highlight. A kind of foundational motto or adage that I find very important here is nothing about us without us, which is also maybe a very straightforward and a normal thing to say, but I do find it important to acknowledge it, because not everywhere or all the time is this acknowledged yet. For instance, we celebrate Women's History Month every year in March. We have a month chock full of editorial about feminism, about important women throughout Europe's history, about the role and the power of women in history. And I'm sure that if our team would be all men, for instance, we would get a lot of backlash, a lot of criticism about why is this team of men writing about women's history without a single woman actually helping to write this, without a single woman on the team. That makes a lot of sense. This seems super normal, but that same idea isn't often or isn't always extended to other communities or other stories yet. It's, for instance, still not commonplace to find it normal that if you write about disability, for instance, that someone who is from that community or has lived experience with being differently abled has at least proofread this blog or has had some input into this blog, or has been part of the editorial process at all. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't be able to write about anything anymore. That's another question that sometimes comes up, like, can I, and to take me as an example, won't I be able to write about women's history anymore? Of course not. It doesn't mean nothing about us without only us. It just means that we really need to center the people and the communities that we're writing about in the editorial that we're doing. In our Women's History Month, it's our women colleagues who lead the editorial process of Women's History Month. In Pride Month, it's our queer colleagues who lead that work and that effort. So, an example of the learning process that we had within Europeana is a blog I wrote about sign languages 2 years ago. The International Day of Sign Language was coming up and we wanted to write a blog about this really interesting, rich history of sign languages in Europe. It might surprise you to know that I'm not deaf. I'm not, part of the deaf community. I'm not hard of hearing. I don't know anyone who is part of that community. But we did want to write this blog, so I started reaching out to some organizations from that community that didn't get back to me in time before the International Day of Sign Languages, so we decided, okay, I'll just write the blog. I did a lot of research, I read a lot, I learned a lot, and I published the blog. I was so stressed about something in this blog being offensive or sparking outrage or just historically misrepresenting this community that I put a disclaimer on the blog saying this was not written by someone from the deaf community. If you see something in this blog that you want to change, please get in contact with us. Shortly after I published the blog, a friend of a friend that I knew that was of that community read the blog and we got positive feedback, so everything went well in the end. But retrospectively, we felt that there really has to be a better way to kind of write this editorial. I didn't feel comfortable trying to write about disability again with all of the stress and the uncertainty around it, but we also didn't want to not write about this history because it's really important to highlight. So we had to find a better way to do this. I'm very happy to say that this year is the first year that we have an editorial grants program where people can send in their blogs, their blog ideas. And if this is a piece of editorial about a minoritized community or topic, and the people that are writing it are from that community, then we have money that we can give them to fairly remunerate them for that work and compensate them for collaborating with us to write that blog. One of the outcomes of that for this year was a blog about the bas-relief, written by a museum educator who has years of experience in using bas-reliefs to enhance the experience of people that are visually impaired or blind to experience paintings and other works in a bas-relief version. So this is the famous painting by Hokusai, printed in a bas-relief version so that people can actually feel the painting. This blog we would have never been able to write within our team in the kind of respectful, interesting manner that Silene Carboni, who wrote this blog, did. So this clearly was a better way to write a blog about disability than the one that I wrote 2 years ago. Another thing I want to highlight is the importance of having content to write editorial about. Of course, if there is no diverse content in your collection, it's really hard to try and bring in someone to write about something that isn't there or that isn't captured. This at the same time is one of the hardest kind of nuts to crack because it goes back to the foundational collections of the cultural heritage institutions themselves that need to work on decolonizing their collections, editing their metadata, contextualizing their database. Because there might already be content to work with, but this content might contain language that causes offense, that has outdated terminology. As an example of that, at Black History Month last year, we published a blog called Black People in European Art. We have a lot of really beautiful, important artworks that depict people of color, but a lot of those artworks have metadata, titles, descriptions that use language or depict scenes that are outdated, offensive, that we don't want to have people get in contact with. We still think it's important to create those galleries and highlight these stories, but we wanted to do so in a way that didn't cause harm in any way. So what we did for this gallery is we hired a sensitivity reader to go through these items and assess them, and we put a content warning at the top of the blog, or of the gallery, yes, I mean, to provide context saying that some of the metadata here is, outdated. We couldn't change the titles and the descriptions of these items, not only because it's not technically feasible in Europeana, but because this content and this metadata is owned by the institutions themselves, and the responsibility goes back to them to kind of work on this metadata. That said, as Europeana, as a platform that shows this content, we do have a responsibility as a steward of this content to support cultural heritage institutions in this work. We try to do that by doing capacity building, to give institutions the tools they need, the resources, the knowledge to work on decolonizing their collections, to come to a post-colonial collection. And one of the examples that I'm really happy to see is that both in the Europeana Aggregators Forum as in the Europeana Network Association, there is now a task force and a working group on how to work to decolonize your collections and deal with this content. Both of them have recently come out with a report which has recommendations for these institutions on how to collaboratively work on this issue. So, my last point. Projects are really important in this. Projects, by definition, want to change something about the business as usual, about the status quo. European projects, on top of that, have a consortium of, or have the opportunity to create a consortium of organizations and people that have come from different backgrounds, different countries, different lived experiences to work towards a shared goal, which is exactly the kind of sphere that allows for meaningful diversity and inclusion work. This means that projects can work directly with organizations and people that have already done the groundwork in building trust with communities, topics that are minoritized or unheard, to make those voices heard. So in the Weave project, for instance, partners like ERIAC, CRDI, Pedejumbo were completely crucial in making this connection happen, because if organizations like that wouldn't be in a project, the length of a project just doesn't make it possible to do this groundwork of trust building and collaboration if you're not an organization that has already made that one of your key goals. What I also really liked about the Weave project is that it not only worked with minoritized ethnic communities, but it also looked at minoritized topics, traditions. The Castellers blog and the movie yesterday was a really good example of that. And the stories about dance, for instance, that we saw were very good examples. So another project that is starting in a few weeks or a few months is called De-Bias, and is another generic service project that, as one of their key kind of outcomes, is the creation of ways to identify the metadata language in our cultural heritage collections that we want to recontextualize, that we might want to change, or even want to remove, both in an automatic way, but also in working closely with these communities to come to a collaborative way of working. So this is a kind of call to action to all of you to please keep on writing and proposing projects like this that put diversity and inclusion at the center. We really need to do this now before the trend dies down. At Europeana, we will continue to hold space for projects like these. We will continue to keep resources free to collaborate in these kind of goals. We are going to continue to build capacity with organizations to do this much needed work. And we are also going to keep inviting minoritized voices to make unheard voices heard on our platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jolan, for the very interesting presentation and the approach that Europeana takes on let's say, bringing these unheard voices online and making them available. Any questions from the floor? No questions?
I'm aware that I've used up almost all my time, so questions later can also be made.
Yes.
Go ahead.
A small question, please.
Small question. I was wondering, Roland, we were talking about, for instance, Black History Month. You made an editorial because you wanted to speak out for this unheard community, but you still find that in some collections there are problematic records or problematic metadata. So in how far is it possible for an organization like Europeana to intentionally reach out to some providers to flag such findings and perhaps to, more on a bilateral basis, try to work towards better practices?
Yeah, for the people online, the question was how can organizations like Europeana maybe more proactively during things like Black History Month reach out to providers to flag content that contains metadata that they might want to change or that is offensive? A really good question. On the one hand, this is a slow process that if you want to create editorial and you see something that is offensive, you can of course go back to the provider, but this will take weeks, months to actually update into the collection. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. It's really important to this feedback mechanism is really important to set up. I feel like it hasn't been structurally made that well yet in Europeana. We have a feedback button that you can, as a user, also give feedback on items you see, but we don't have a very open line of a communication with all these providers yet. There's no direct way of saying someone flagged this item. You might want to look at that, and at the next ingestion point you can then update it. This is possible, but this needs a lot of intermediaries and emails, so this is a slow process. And I really hope that we work towards a way that keeps these lines of communication a bit more open. Because we also see on the provider side that the questions are there, like have people ask,
I wanted to say, is this working? I wanted to say that exactly, Jolan. I think that if I were a content provider and I had, like, let's say 200,000 items in Europeana, possibly there are 3, 4, or 5 that actually are totally outdated in terms of terminology and language. I would want to be notified that, look, in the next cleaning round you do or the next update you do, look at those items. So
yes, 100%. I mean, it's something that as a provider you could also see Europeana gives value to that content of being ingested. You can have that direct input into your collection that you otherwise wouldn't have if it was just on your own website or in your archives. So I hope that we can make that a bit more structural soon. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I raised my hand just because I wanted to add that indeed between Europeana and the content provider, as you say, there are intermediates. And Photo Consortium, for example, as an accredited aggregator for Europeana, is really the intermediate between the Europeana and the individual content provider. So indeed, it happened. It happened in my work experience that people from Europeana notified me and said, hey, we got this feedback from this user. Can you please interact with the content provider? And we did. And it was super important, as you say, because perhaps the content provider, who has a larger archive, for example, may not be fully aware of this type of issues. Also because, and we will talk about this later with John, also because perhaps these metadata were created many years ago, and yes, there was a different sensitivity towards some language, some terminology. So indeed, I think this is really a teamwork, and as you say, the process is still a bit slow, it takes time, but I think we are on the right way, so yeah. And projects like this one, the Weave, I think really made a difference in this sense, especially on the side of awareness of the issue, and it is in the strand of the work that Europeana is leading in diversity and inclusion in digital cultural heritage collections.
Thank you, Valentina. I totally agree.
Thank you all. Thank you, Yolan, again for the presentation. And let's move now to the second keynote. Antonella Fresa, from Promoter, will tell us about cultural values, identities, participation, and local communities. Antonella, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you, all the partners, for having achieved this result. The final conference is always an appointment that we are looking forward to demonstrate to the group that made the results and to our audiences what has been done. But in my presentation, as for Yolan, I will not talk about the Weave. I will talk about some elements that have brought us to arrive to Weave. So what has inspired the creation of Weave? I start with some general consideration that we have a time now where we need to live in peace, and this is a daily requirement that we are hearing. And peace means that our society is diverse, and we have to listen and to enter into a dialogue between the different components of our society. In this effort that is so huge and so important for everybody, cultural heritage has a stake, has a role that has to be exploited, unlocked, and used by each of us. Why this role? Because it can transform the way we live, the way we know each other, and the economic opportunities that are around this exploitation. So, cultural heritage can be an opportunity for the territories. It can be an opportunity to be heard, as we have been told during the presentation of Yolan, but it is also a way to build another society. We are constantly under pressure to look for new models, new ways of living together, and the cultural heritage is a vivid element in this sense. This has been acknowledged by the European Commission in the new programs, because this happens in the research and innovation program in Horizon 2020 that just completed recently, and in Horizon Europe that has started. It is acknowledged in the educational programs, in the Creative Europe. So there are many opportunities to look for models, to be inspired by models. And in particular, we have looked at two aspects that are important. On one side, how to implement participatory approaches. What are these approaches? Where do they take place? In which context? And on the other side, which are the values that are attached with the culture? Because it is through the values and through the participation that this encounter of diversity can take place. And so now I start to tell you about projects that have done this exercise and that have inspired Weave to be developed. I think that to look at our audience online, I have to look through the camera. So I try to have a sight for everybody. So the first inspiring project is Reach. This is a social platform for innovation and participatory approaches in culture and social innovation. It was a project funded under Horizon 2020, coordinated by Coventry University. Coventry University has been one of the partners of WEAVE. Unfortunately, no representative of Coventry is in presence in the conference, but they are looking at and participating in the conference online. It has been a very inspiring project because it looked at cultural heritage from different perspectives. We are used to conceive cultural heritage as what is in the museums, archives, libraries, and the archaeological sites, the buildings. But there are other ways to look at cultural heritage. And in particular, 4 dimensions of a culture were explored in which minority heritage, and this in a way has inspired the work that was conducted in WEAVE with the Roma community, because this minority heritage focused exactly on the Roma communities in Budapest. Institutional heritage, the heritage that we are used to deal with, museums, galleries, archives, libraries, and how this institutional heritage can cope with the participatory approaches, because they are used to be the voice, what is said that is a cultural heritage, the interaction of the institution, the big institutions in particular, with users, visitors, people, citizens, is not traditionally a priority for the institutions. The small towns heritage, there is a lot of heritage in the small towns that is not known, not exploited, not valued, rated also for cultural tourism purposes. And eventually the rural heritage, the heritage that is in the country, in the rural areas. We will see at the next presentation something that is happening, for example, as examples in Algarve and in the Altiplano de Granada. Something that is known universally for the beaches and for the Alhambra, but there is a lot more that is not understood and put in contact with the communities. A second project that inspired us, and it is still inspiring because Uncharted is still ongoing, is Uncharted. This is a project funded under Horizon 2020, still at the end of Horizon 2020, because it was in the last call that was funded. And Uncharted is studying the values of a culture and how valuation of a culture is taking place, which are the processes, which are the tensions between the different communities, because the valuation of a culture is not done with the same understanding by each community. One community can value a piece of a culture in a way that is different from another community. Let's think for just as an example, to contemporary concerts that have a value for certain community and different value for other communities. This is a project that is ongoing. There will be a conference in a day of debates in January, hosted by Goldsmith College in London, and the multiplicity of and diversity of practices, agents involved, audiences, visitors, producers, artists, politicians. This is creating a kaleidoscope. We had a project that was about kaleidoscopic value of a culture, a kaleidoscope of values that have to live together, because we live in a society that is built upon these values. And the question of values is becoming central now in the growth of Europe. Having had these two inspiring themes, participatory approaches and understanding values, investigating and understanding values of a culture, there are three experiences that I would like to tell you, which inspired us as well. The participation and engagement in digital collections, in cultural heritage research, and in tourism development of marginal, under-related areas. So the first example, the first experience we had is named Pagode. Pagode was a project about the Chinese heritage held by European institutions. And this Chinese heritage has been first browsed around, understood, selected, and then documented, digitized when it was not yet digitized, and ingested in the Europeana. Correlated with editorials telling stories, and the collaboration with Jolan and Sophie on this has been precious. But this experience gave us the opportunity to reflect on something that happened a long time ago. The topic was mentioned before by Valentina in her comment. The metadata that are documenting the digital objects that are in Europeana were created tens, now we can use the plural, years ago. And metadata are important because they enable research and documentation of the object. But in order to be relevant, they need keywords, because they need to be attached to vocabularies where it is possible to make a search in different languages. All this needs to be curated. It's not something that is done once forever. It needs to be reviewed, adapted, updated, curated. And so what we started thinking? Yes, okay, curation, but who is entitled to do curation? Certainly the content provider. But as Jolan was saying, there is a relationship between the content provider and the community of reference that needs to be put in place. Well, in Pagode, we thought that it is during the curation that this happens. So the content provider publishes, make available the content in Europeana, make it accessible, searchable, and then the interaction starts. And it is an interaction that produces changes. We experienced this in the pilot of a Pagode. The contents about the Chinese contents held by European cultural heritage, documented through the project, these collections have been the subject of an annotation pilot. A pilot where hundreds of people, mostly students, and so this is a good job, also a good way for students to enter into connection with the culture and with a critical view on culture, participated in curating these collections. In which way? Looking at the image and enriching the metadata. In which, how? You know, a description, a narrative takes time, it's less interoperable, needs translation. So the decision was, we give the task to specialists, the University of Ljubljana, the sinology experts at the University of Ljubljana, to define a list of keywords. We connect these keywords with international dictionaries, and then we give the list of the keywords and the collections in the hands of the communities or the citizens, the participants in the curation, and we tell them, please add keywords to the description of these images from Chinese culture, because that was the topic of the pagode. It was a success. We went well beyond what was originally planned. So this means that if the instrument is easy to understand, if the preparation of the participation in curation is well organized, then participation is feasible. Voluntary participation can be successful. Yes, easily. It should be easy. It should be well organized. This interaction cannot be something anarchist. Cannot be something spontaneous. Yes, the spontaneity can happen, but it cannot be the rule of participation in curation of cultural heritage. We need experts who can establish guidelines, procedures, interactions, because otherwise the amount of work is so huge that we can get lost. The second example experience that I would like to share is around the project named Citizen Heritage. Citizen Heritage is an Erasmus Plus project coordinated by KU11, a partner of WEAVE, and you will listen at presentations from KU11 later today, which involves a wide consortium of different subjects, including academic partners, associations, and SMEs. The idea of a citizen heritage is to develop a methodology, so what I was saying before, not spontaneity only, but also a methodology for citizen science in cultural heritage. Citizen science has demonstrated to be effective in the biology, in astronomy, in environmental sciences. Well, the same can happen in cultural heritage. And in citizen heritage, we are developing such a methodology with workshops where we test it, we put it in place, and we try to see how it works. The last workshop was organized in Pisa in June, and the next one will take place in Cyprus in November. So through these workshops and through desk research, we are developing guidelines that then will be made available for public and wider use. There were also workshops online, because it was 2021 and we were obliged to work online in Budapest, Sofia, Antwerp. The on-site, the face-to-face workshop, the first one was in Pisa. Clearly, the physical presence of people helps. This is a strong addition, strong added value for participation. And the last example and experience that I would share with you is about cultural tourism and participatory approaches, community-led development of cultural tourism. Incultum is an Horizon 2020 project led by the University of Granada with a wide number of partners and pilots ranging from north in Sweden to south in Portugal, Italy and Spain to the center of Europe. We have 10 pilots all around Europe where we are exploring how community engagement in tourism development can help to value underrated destinations. In this case, we are not only looking for the participation of communities in giving inputs. We are looking for the communities to become actors of tourism. Not only the stakeholders, the providers of services, but the citizens, the residents, to become members of the tourism offer, actors in the tourism offer. And this is a long way. We are now facing the second year. It is an innovation action of Horizon 2020. And basically, there are two examples that I wanted to give you, because it is through example that I can tell you better what we are trying to do. Everything is a bottom-up approach. It's based on a bottom-up. In the 10 pilots, we try to derive lessons and good practices to be shared. The first example is the example of the Altiplano de Granada. This is facing the competition that is lost with the Alhambra, because everybody who hear Granada thinks to go to Granada to visit the Alhambra. But there is a lot on the Altiplano that is happening and that is not knowing. The focus of this pilot is on irrigation systems that have been built during the centuries in the Altiplano by the Islamic residents, because they have been the rulers, the residents of the Altiplano. And they established a technology for using the water that is a critical resource for the Altiplano, because it is karsic, and so the water goes immediately down and the surface is desertic. So there are canals that have been built, and that in order to be used, they need to be preserved. Who preserves these canals? Well, the community. And on the basis of what? On the basis of a service that they deliver for the preservation of something that is culture, so they become actors of the culture. And in preserving these canals, it is possible to activate new ways and new authentic ways of visiting the Altiplano. The second example is Campina De Faro. This is in the Algarve beaches. Well, there is something that is named Campina, which is the inland of the Algarve. And there are other examples of heritage for water preservation. What they call the nurias. They were built by the Islamic period, during the Islamic period, used in the Campina. The problem is that the water is 2 meters under the soil. So the surface is desertic, is bush, but the 2 meters under the soil, it's plenty of water. So there was a mechanism to go 2 meters down with the pumps activated by animals with these nurias to take the water on the surface and to cultivate the Campina. This has been used until recently, and they risk to disappear, to become a waste place for people going on the road. So the idea there is to document where the Nuria exists in private and public spaces, and to build a parcours that is able also to download the pressure on the beaches. Well, I finished. I know that they are separate ideas, but we are weaving in Weave. So these ideas became the colorful ways to weave our new dressing.
Thank you very much, Antonella. They're separate ideas, but they have a common thread, and this is why Weave is there, and the outcome of those, I would say. Any question from the floor? Just to keep it short, I will basically not make any question today, but because we are kind of, let's say, 10 minutes late. We are on the break, already on the break, so let's have a break and convene back at 10:40 so that the online audience also is here at 10:40. So only 10 minutes break, unfortunately, and it's outside the room. You can also visit the exhibition and see all the nice stuff that basically CRDI did. Thank you. So, welcome after the break. Well, I need to apologize. There was a kind of a logistic error, and we didn't got anything to eat, some kind of, let's say, small things. But this will arrive, so we will make another break. In the next break, basically, we will extend the break, and we will have the opportunity to take something small to eat. I hope you will excuse us for this misunderstanding. And you will be able to, have the strength and the stamina to go through another hour without any food. But then, thank you for being back. We have the next presenter is Fred Truyen. He will tell something about connecting communities and capacity building. So, Fred, the floor is yours.
So, thank you. And in this very short presentation, I will quickly give an overview on what we did on capacity building, which was a major effort in the project. I'm here as a porte-parole, in fact, for the colleagues who worked on that. But let me start by contextualizing it. One of the problems that occurs when you digitize collections, for example, in an archive, which as such is not a museum, and you start to put those online, something happens, of course. The collection, instead of having a focus on the objects in the collection, suddenly becomes a representation, becomes a showcase, and then it can be that people feel represented by this collection and feel interested, but it could also be that they feel misrepresented, as we heard from Jolan, or simply ignored. It could be that they say, hey, but where is our history in this collection? And in particular for archives, and we are here in an archive community, this is a conundrum, because there is a push to go open, but in your cellars there is stuff that is maybe never meant to be showcased. And another problem is that the objects in the collection almost always relate to intangible heritage, to practices, to cultural ways of living that are not always documented in the way the document is produced or stored. So that offers a context which leads to a lot of the problems that Jolan explained. And this means that not only the heritage institutions need to develop this understanding and sensitivity, and we heard all about that, but to me it also means that if you want to really reach out to these communities and give them a voice in the process, you need to educate them too. So it's not only capacity building for the institutions that we did, we also wanted, and that is why we partnered with these heritage institutions, these community institutions like ERIAC, to educate, train their constituency, their community of taking a voice and making their voices heard. And that is the double coin of capacity building. Now we did, and I invite you to really look at the website weaveculture.eu, because everything is there. We documented everything we did on the capacity building. You will find reports of all the activities, and you will find takeaways, notes, how-tos. There is a white paper there, so really go to the website and explore the materials on capacity building that we developed there and that are there for you to reuse. And so I really want to give credits to Rosa, who managed not only the concept that came from Culture Moves and that we wanted to implement in these capacity building lab days, and we did a whole series of that. So there were almost every week there was a lab day somewhere where we reached out to audiences. We found this very important, and it is the most important thing, it is a replicable format. So you will find in Weave a template to organize such a lab day, the reflections on what you should be thinking about, how to implement it, that is all foreseen. And then with partner Europeana, we tried to really make this capacity building in a format. So we developed a kind of playbook that you can use to do such capacity building efforts. And this is also a kind of workbook that we also used to implement this. And this you will find online also. We quickly realized that it was not really up to us to invent all these ideas, and as Roland also indicated, it proved to be important to find people who come from communities and who can help us understand where the sensitivities lay. And for example, one of the discussion points that Tola, who guided a few of these series, mentioned to us is, do not underestimate the communities themselves. And there are the heritage institutions, but there are also the kind of institutionalized practices of the communities, and try to reach out to those and to connect them to your heritage institutions and build these relationships. We tried to gather all the insights from each and every lab day and workshop that we did. You will find a report online and you will find the key takeaways. And it are these takeaways that we then made a kind of resume of in our report. And there is a list of key points that we think you should have in mind when you reach out to communities. You will find that also on our website. So please go there, and then you will find these kind of advices. Yeah? So we think it is important to have lightweight activities that you can repeat, because there is more value in the repetition than because you want to reach out to communities, so you want to be present, and try to organize it in such a way that it's no longer your collection that is at the center, but really the intangible practice, the heritage that surrounds it and that gives the object its meaning. And let's not be naive. We cannot solve the deeper inequalities at once, the deeper frustrations, the conflicts, and be aware that there is a lot of bitterness also, that is not a walk in the park, and that when you organize such a day, people could become very critical about your collections, about the way they are described. Be prepared for that. It's really not a kind of festive event where you say, oh, come in and we share our collection with you. No, collections can be heavily disputed. We are trying, of course, to develop common languages, and that is what we try to do by cleaning metadata, but there is a boundary to that. Sometimes there are opposing communities who will never agree on the way you word things, so keep that in mind, be realistic, but try to move forward. That is our message. I don't know if I still have a minute to go, but that was what I wanted to bring in this short intervention. And so the documentation is there. I think we proved that it's quite easy to organize such things, to repeat it, and to have an impact with your communities. Okay.
Thank you, Fred, for the introduction to the lab days and the approach that Weave took and still takes. I mean, debate within these lab days is something that is, I would say, not only foreseen but also expected. So, because that's the reason why, why these communities are involved. And any questions to Fred? If no, I would say, Mateusz, Strauss is the next presenter. He's going to present about 3D models of monuments and tangible cultural heritage. And I welcome him to the floor.
Thank you.
Still working? So we have a problem with the mouse here, but we are going to solve it, I think.
There are two screens, you know. I think this is
Oh, we need to select the second option. Yes, thank you.
a bit of drama.
Security implication. Mateusz.
Hello everyone, my name is Mateusz Strauss and I come from a company called Arctur from Slovenia. And today I want to present to you how we've weaved into the Weave a project that has been happening in Slovenia partially before the Weave and partially during the Weave project, and also how then the Weave project enabled us to in a way finalize the whole thing and come to a conclusion that is now also publicly presented. And I want to start by looking at the Register of Immovable Cultural Heritage in Slovenia. So you see the Slovenia, each of the red dots, of course, is a registered immovable element of cultural heritage, and for us it is an opportunity for a story to be presented, for a legend to be told, a topic raised or an issue raised. And of course digital technologies here can be of help, because using digital technologies we can present these stories, we can tell these narratives. And on a very simple level, I think that we can all agree that, of course, we can look at the castle that way, as a ruin, but using digital technologies, we could look at the castle also that way, and using a reconstruction, an attempt of reconstruction, tells to a wider audience much more than just a ruin. It's also, of course, such a reconstruction opens many questions, many dilemmas about which we can talk. Of course, because every reconstruction, digital reconstruction, is an attempt of reconstruction. We never actually know how it was, and of course, the more time has passed, less we know, and more it's about speculation, meaning that more questions can be raised and more discussions could be raised. And I think this is good, having such discussions, and of course involving people in these discussions. But of course then comes the question, how do we present this to the people? And I think we can agree that having a web app is a next step, let's say. So it's not just about an image, it's about an app that narrates the story, that guides people through these digital contents. And of course, another way is through the VR experience. And just now showing different modes. No, we skipped the video, sorry. Anyway, how this started in Slovenia was with a simple idea, of course, that we need to start digitizing cultural heritage, immovable cultural heritage. Of course, for many of in our communities, it's quite obvious because of the documentation about preserving cultural heritage. But these are the projects that I'm explaining are not projects that have been done by cultural heritage institutions. They have been done by tourist destinations. And for tourist destinations, talking about digitization of cultural heritage, it's like, why do we need to do this? So for them, of course, it's much more important to know other reasons also, like attracting new visitors, creating more interactive experiences. And of course, finally, creating new opportunities to involve creatives in the processes and managing tourist flows. Because if we have different experiences on different parts of Slovenia, different parts of the country, we can redirect people from the overcrowded and over-touristified locations. So in Slovenia, this started with trainings and workshops that we've been running. So the main idea was we had tourist destinations who had no experience in 3D digitization of cultural heritage, who actually had no experience in cultural heritage itself, talking about why this is important, how to do this, and how to proceed. And of course, here we had to agree on many of the standards, let's say, on the technical guidelines. What is a 3D model? How do we 3D digitize? Because this is something that is still very much part of a discussion. What is a good 3D model? And we know that also within the European Union, this is a very important issue. And of course, we came to a conclusion that this is not a technological project. This is a project that is interdisciplinary, where we need to involve very different expertise. Of course, having in mind that as tourist destinations, the final product is not a 3D model, it's a tourist experience. And this is something that we've tried to present through a booklet, let's say. And then we started. So this is a project that has been done throughout Slovenia by different tourist destinations who have been procuring these services individually. So we as Arctur have only been working with some of these locations, and we've worked on 40 different monuments. Some of them are presented outside on the screens, and all of these models are also part of the 3D Weaver asset manager that I've been presenting later, and are also part of the Europeana collection now. So, later today in the afternoon, we'll be talking about the 3D digitization processes, but in general, we have used photogrammetry and laser scanning, also 360-degree capture to capture immovable cultural heritage of Slovenia. This is a process that starts at the terrain, at the locations, but then moves in the companies, at the computers where basically the processes are running. And the more experience and the better computer that you have, the easier it goes. But of course, not always so smooth as wanted, because it's still depending on the data that has been captured at the location. For those of you who are not familiar, so photogrammetry is a process where several images of an object are taken from different positions. It's a structured way of photographing a monument or a building or an object, and these images are later collected in a way that they form a three-dimensional object. So you have two-dimensional images that are overlapping slightly, each of them is overlapping, and more of two-dimensional images finally create a three-dimensional object. And this is how we start. We start by collecting, by recording what is at the location, and moving on, trying to create these attempts of reconstructions, where of course, as I said, it's not a technological, solely technological project. It's a project that involves different expertise. And when we are talking about an attempt of reconstructions, we need to involve heritage professionals, because it's these argued or substantiated speculations that we need to raise and that we need to visualize finally. And this is a challenge, how to visualize something that you don't really know how it looked like. Of course, to some degree, here we are, at some point we are saying, okay, we cannot continue further. It's just too much speculation, we need to stop. Which, again, for a tourist, this is a bad thing, because a tourist is used to watching Game of Thrones and Hollywood production. They want the full effect of 3D visualizations. And here we are deciding, okay, we won't give you full because it would be just too much speculative. And these are then the data, the contents, digital contents that have been put into different experiences. Either it be virtual reality experiences, augmented reality apps, different holograms. We've been creating different rooms where we've interpreted this cultural heritage, different interactive screens, and so on and so on. So we as Arctur have worked on 40 different objects, different buildings, and we have created 15 different experiences. And part of these experiences have been upgraded. So now I'm you see, adding more and more layers of where to go from a 3D model onwards. And they've been created, they've been weaved into digitally enriched tourist experiences. So these are, let's say, half-a-day experiences that are on-site experiences, partially physical, involving food, involving guides, involving riding with bicycles, walking around the different monuments, but also virtual experiences as an addition. Because we have to acknowledge that when interpreting cultural heritage, parts of that interpretation are best done still with a physical human being. No matter how good you are at technology, you cannot replicate a physical human being and the interaction that he or she has with an audience. But of course there are other parts where visual technology and digital technology can be of help, and this is especially when we want to visualize something, when we want to involve a person on a visual and audiovisual dimension. And we have, when creating these tourist experiences, we have to have that in mind. And now I will try to present you a video but I don't know where to run it. No. No, this is not it. The video is integrated in the PowerPoint, but I cannot click on it. Anyway, we skip this. The most visual aspect has been hindered by technology. Anyway, within the whole national initiative, overall more than 110 3D models of immovable cultural heritage have been recorded, and these models, thanks to the Weave project and thanks to the 3D viewer of the Weave project, are now part of Europeana as well. The other digital media has been, of course, also created. But what I think of such project is the most important is the new connection that have been established. Here I'm talking about a different way of getting content and a different type of content providers, tourist destinations. I don't think that many of the tourist destinations across Europe are contributing content to Europeana, and this This case maybe is one of the indicative cases how these things could be done. Of course, when they're accompanied and guided through this process. The whole initiative have also got an award. So the ministry who was behind it got an award, and hopefully this will continue. To supplement the video that you haven't seen, I invite you to the www.didk.si. It's a website. didk.si. It's a website that presents all these models and presents all the content that have been gathered around. So it's 360-degree images, it's videos, it's different experiences, different narratives. And you also notice there that it's already using a part of a tool that has been developed within Weave. So this viewer here that you see is an embed from the 3D Weaver viewer, 3D asset manager that I'll be talking about later. And due to the Weave project, we've been able not to, in a way, gather the documentation that has been going on throughout Slovenia by individual local destinations that had different contractors, different technical operators. But within Weave, we managed to gather this data and now present it at Europeana as well. And I think this is important, that not just that we create 3D models and that we create different experiences, but that then we at the end do this final push and gather this data, not to get lost, because we all know how it is with digital data. You put it on the USB stick, and this stick goes to a drawer and it remains there until somebody cleans the drawer and throws it away. And it shouldn't be like this. So I think this is an important part. For us at Arctur, this is one of the steps towards creating a center where we want to develop more of such projects, and we want to, of course, build on these experiences, connecting tourism and cultural heritage, digitization and storytelling. Of course, always having in mind that the data should be shared with the wider publics. That's all from my side so far. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mateusz, for the very interesting presentation of cultural heritage and how tourist destinations use it and can use it, all this 3D work that you're doing. So, any questions from the floor, from the audience? Yes, Rui, please.
Thank you for your presentation, Mateusz. Actually, I have a question about the reconstruction. Do you have some specialists, architects, designers working on the reconstruction? Can you elaborate a little bit more on this process?
Yeah, so we work with different people that are also enthusiasts. I think this is important when you're gathering a team, that you don't just have a 3D specialist or 3D designer, but that designer is also an enthusiast. And in the case of the castle that I've shown, we had a 3D designer who is obsessed with castles, Slovenian castles. So this is good, because then that person much easier understands or is involved in the discussions with heritage professionals. Otherwise, the designer would just say, why are you bothering? I mean, I know how to do, don't tell me. But if you have an enthusiast, a person understands that, it's it's also a research project. It's not just getting instructions and getting a brief how to draw something. And as we had a person for castles, we had another team that is more inclined towards archaeological Roman remains in Slovenia. So this is important in creating the team.
Thank you. Any other question? I saw someone from the audience. Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. It may look like a quite silly question, but did you ever had any in your team working with lace makers? It is quite a big tourist attraction in Slovenia. I come from this kind of heritage, the lace and the lace making, and it is really a huge business in Idria and in the region of Gorica, Nova Gorica and so on. Did you have any kind of experience by digitizing lace pieces?
No. In this case, the project was mostly about immovable cultural heritage. But I personally come from Idria, so I know about lace making, and I also, in theory, know how to make lace. And we can talk later about this.
Thank you, Mateusz. Other question? There were some hands that now are not there anymore. No? I have a question, actually. Well, on this, I'm really excited by this approach of blended. You know, you have this 3D virtual, you have this guide, kind of, let's say, tour, the bicycle, you know, everything that basically combines this. Because I think this is a way to go. But my question is basically about the take-up. You know, do people do it? And you know, what is the destination saying about this offering? You know?
So here, the goal of this final product was to create something that in Slovenia we call Slovenia unique experiences. And these are boutique tourist products. So these are tourist products that cost more than 100 euros per person. So this was the goal. So if we now look at the numbers won't be high because it was never the goal to have high numbers, but the goal was to create products that are so different and that are also in a way showcasing what the destination offers. Majority of people then won't go to these projects, to these experiences. And it's in a way it's similar to the fashion. In the fashion world, you have how do you say, like a fashion show. You know, what you see at the fashion show is not the same thing that you get in a shop. And this is how many of these projects then worked.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No? I have some good news for you. The croissants arrived. So we are going to have 15 minutes of break before we move to the next presentations, because the next presentation will take something like 40 minutes. So in a way, we have 15 minutes of break, and we convene here again at 11:30. And the croissants are on the outside. Take a look also at the exhibition and the nice things that the host here prepared. So see you in 15 minutes. And let's wait for the OK from the control room over there. Okay, thank you all. Welcome back. And we are going to hear now a presentation regarding the Weave Toolkit or Toolbox. This will be done by myself, Mateus from Arthur, Rui from University of Nova Lisboa, and Orpheus from ThinkCode. It's about the technical tools that have been developed in Weave that do a lot of stuff actually. Allow you to mix content and present it, generate 3D content and manage it, annotate content and 3D content, and also enrich metadata and ingest the Europeana. So I will start with experience, so we call it the Weave X. Start by saying that my colleague Alex actually should have been here and not me doing the presentation, but it was another reason he cannot be here today. He became a father, so all the congratulations goes to him for the presentation of the work, so not me. We're just kind of, let's say, supporting him in other stuff. So, okay, what is now this Weave experience? So the main idea is to enable a documentation, holistic documentation of cultural heritage from these communities. So in a way, this is a tool to open up collections and make them available in new ways. It's a web-based tool that can be accessed and used via mobile devices, but also on the desktop. So all the things, basically representations and visualizations it creates are accessible also on the mobile, which is important because many people are mobile first. It links content together and creates unique, if you want, compositions of content where people, users, can add their own commentary or add their own thoughts about it. So it enables these different views on a specific, let's say, topic, user-generated views. You can use your own content on photos and photographs, but also you can use content that is available in Europeana or as CC0 by attribution and so on. It provides many templates for visualizing all these new forms of interaction, and actually it doesn't require any technical know-how for doing that. What are the main steps here? And these are the main 3 steps that I'm going to show to present later on. It's basically, if you want to see this in a workflow, it is collect content and upload and make the content available, then create, if you want, add new descriptions and curate this content in a specific manner or in a specific order, and of course then publish and share. Well, if you can collect, there are many ways to kind of, let's say, collect and upload content. I would like to stress this Europeana collect plugin that we have developed that basically allows you to go to any item on Europeana, and when you install this plugin, you can basically import this plugin, this content, this item into WeaveX. Where that's a very simple way to do that. And now we're developing also an additional way where you actually, if you're a user on Europeana, you can create your galleries, and as long as they're public, you can import all these galleries automatically into your WeaveX tool. And you can upload, using a simple form, own photos, not only photos, but essentially any kind of document, videos, audio files, and documents. Once you do this, basically, you create something we call scrapbooks. So in a way, kind of a container to work on a story, and that's the basis for your exhibition. In these scrapbooks, you can decide which content goes where. You know, this is one important aspect here of this tool is basically that it is allows you one type of content to be in many scrapbooks, so you can reuse content very easily in different contexts. You can have a variety of analysis and indexing mechanisms, so you can search on top of all the content that you have imported based on metadata, based on features that we extract automatically, based on, let's say, technical characteristics, and you can filter and facet this content. You can use the content automatically, basically, in your scrapbooks, so that you can surface content that is in your collections and in a way put it in a temporary container so that you can work on that directly, or dynamically, if you want, create these galleries as long this content appears in a search and it's something about, let's say, Castellers, it will appear automatically in a gallery. There are ways to add context to it, so in a way adding text, explaining and gluing one item with the other, so in a way telling a story from one item to the other, so making the, if you want, transfer and adding this context. You can, of course, drag and drop elements and kind of, let's say, arrange the order. And at the end, what you actually do, you select a visualization. We have a number of them, so in a way you can select from a simple feed to a blog post, to a gallery, to a slideshow, to a specific, let's say, other visualizations we have developed, and then showcase this content. There is a link that is available at the end that you can either share or use on social media if you want, or share with your friends. You can share this link privately. You can make it publicly available on this Weave Experience tool. But also you can take any of these visualizations and any of these stories that you created and put it on your blog or on a website using an embed or a JSON code. So that's in short the Weave Experience tool, and you can of course try the tool yourself. So it is available. You can look either to the Weave Culture website, where you will find the link to the tool, or use this subdomain here, experience.weaveculture.eu. That was it from my side, and we can take questions now if you have. And
I have a question.
yes, please.
I don't know if you mentioned it now, maybe I missed this part, but for example, when someone creates a blog in this tool, how do they embed it in their own website or portal or whatever you're using? Or is it the link created there and then that's the link you have to use?
It is the system creates, if you want to embed it, the system creates you an embed code that you basically copy paste from what you see basically into your own website. And then it renders this blog inside your own website. This is the most, let's say, simple way. There are also other ways using basically more programmatic approaches, this JSON, but the simplest one is using this embed code. Other questions? We can also take questions at the end, so I'm happy to move on with in the next presentation, and by Arthur and Mateusz is going to present us the work that they did in 3D asset management and the 3D viewer.
Thank you. So yeah, as said, the Arctur's task within this work package was to develop a 3D asset manager that we've called Weaver 3D Asset Manager. I will repeat this Weave word today 1,000 times. Well, the main idea here was, the challenge was 3D models. Those of you who work with 3D models know that one high quality 3D model could be 2 giga gigabytes large, and this presents a challenge nowadays already on desktop computers, even more on mobile phones and so on. So how do we view something that is that big without having a software and without having a hardware that would support that? Of course, without the ability to view such 3D models, the challenge is how do people even see what we have created? How do we even communicate it to the wider audiences? This was one of the challenges, the needs, and the purposes before we started creating a Viewer 3D Asset Manager. So we wanted to create a place where we could safely host large 3D models of cultural heritage. Here the emphasis is on large and of course on hosting, because we know that many of the platforms are not enabling hosting of 3D models. You can only, also the case of Europeana, of course you can showcase it there but not to host it. And then the second challenge or the second need was to have a function to view these large 3D models. And here, as I said previously, the challenge is how to view them fast and without special software. If you have the right software, of course, it's easy to open such files, but if majority of users don't have such a software. And then we also wanted to add additional functionalities. So it's not just about viewing a 3D model, it's also interacting with a 3D model. There are basic tools like rotating, zoom in, zoom out, and so on, but we also wanted to add additional functions, such as, let's say that we want to measure the distance within a 3D model, or that we want to measure a surface of a roof within a 3D model. So these are some simple tools that are now enabled and that we wanted to enable to a common user, not just professional 3D specialist. And of course, the fourth was an easy integration of content with Europeana. So to answer to these challenges, of course, the first one is all the content that is now part of the Viewer 3D Asset Manager is hosted at Arctur's data center in Slovenia that has 99.99% uptime. This is at least now within the project and for the agreed period a guaranteed place of hosting. Second, so how do we how do we enable users to view large 3D models? What we've here developed is something that is called progressive loading, which means that once the image of a 3D model appears in front of you, it appears from afar. And at this moment, the image is not loaded fully. So you only see the main, the shapes and the very basic textures. Once you zoom in, actually the details start loading. This is how we avoid that all the data is loaded at once. So only once you're moving around, the image is loading. It creates maybe a strange feeling at the beginning because you see that the image is changing in front of you because it's getting better and better. But this is how we avoid this initial waiting, which is, from the user perspective, the main, I think, the reason why someone would abandon this tool, because it would just load too long. So this is this progressive loading, and of course we are still developing it so that it will be faster and faster, and of course that the image is better and better. So this, then the third task that we had was this integration of tools within the viewer. So we've integrated at the moment measuring of distances within the 3D model. So these are distances within a 3D space. Then we have also measuring of the height, which measures basically the height difference within the 3D model between two different points. Then we enabled measuring of surfaces, and again surfaces within a three-dimensional space. What we haven't, well, we also enabled measuring of angles. Let's say that you want to measure the angle of a roof on a building, and this is now simple and easily done. What remains for future projects is measuring of volumes, because of just mathematically it's much harder to measure volume within a 3D model than a distance or a surface. And then the fourth part, this integration with Europeana. What we created at the moment is so this link between Weaver 3D Asset Manager, where an XML file is created, and then this XML file goes to an aggregator, to Valentina, to Photo Consortium, and is later further on aggregated to Europeana. And maybe now it's time to show you some of the images. Just before, at the moment we have more than 200 assets uploaded that are within 11 categories, spanning across 7 time periods. And of course, through time, the categories will be changing, adding, and of course, time periods will be changing and being added. Now maybe to show you. So you see, this is basically how it is. At the beginning, it loads very fast. A person can, using a mouse or a tab, turn around, zoom in, zoom out, make a full screen view of a model. And here you see, as we're getting closer, the image is changing and is loading more and more details. And of course, the details depend also on how the model is prepared, how detailed it is. Yeah, it has functions, as I said, as measuring the distance, measuring the height. The accuracy of these measurements depends on two factors. One is how accurate a person is in selecting a point. So how accurate you are actually on selecting a certain location that you want to measure. And the second is on the accuracy of the model itself. When we talk about the accuracy of the model itself, it's how accurately it has been captured. So how representative this model is of the real natural building. So the model can be uploaded very easily using a very simple form that I think we're all used to by now, very simple. One basically just enters all the data, and this data is later, as I said, generated in an XML file, which I think also is an added value. So it's easy to create an XML file without having any other software, any other tool that one would need. And when a model is uploaded, it doesn't show yet on the platform. It needs to be reviewed, and it's reviewed by our Arcturus team. So we review if all the slots have been filled in, and also if the model is what it said it is, so that it's not just a random model of random thing. And this is then we have the ability to communicate with the user, and then the model is sent further if a person decides that wants to publish this to Europeana. It's not necessary though. So what we still are wanting to develop in the next phases, in the next projects, is, of course, as I said, new measurements, different camera positions, as I said, faster and better loading, and also enabling annotations. Annotations are now available, but only from the creator side, not from the user side. And I think this is an additional, not so technical challenge, but more organizational challenges. Who will review these comments and so on? Yeah. And of course, then the idea of how to sustain this on the long term, how to launch it on the market at some point, to ensure that, of course, the models remain safely stored there. And one of the ideas that we still want to explore is connecting blockchain, so non-fungible tokens, as a source of ensuring that people who download this model are respecting the license that has been ascribed to this model. Yeah, you're invited to go to the website and try it yourself.
Thank you, Mateusz, for the presentation and the video's work. So we saw a bit of 3D models here, so it's good. Any questions? Okay, so we move on to Rui from URL, who will say something about motion nodes. Rui.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Rui Rodrigues. I'm from Nova University in Lisbon, and I'm here today to present this tool, the Motion Nodes annotation tool. So Motion Nodes is available under this URL. It's free for everyone to try it and create accounts and upload videos and add annotations. Our team is Nico Correia, Carla Fernandes, myself, Stefan Jurgens, and John Yu. So regarding the annotation tool, this was the starting point in 2021. We developed further these features that you can see here. It was already possible to upload videos, to add 4 types of annotations. It's possible to draw over the video. It's possible to add text messages, short video clips, embed URLs in the videos, and also possible to add marks with a specific timestamp. Also, it's also possible to customize the annotations, the color of the annotations, the line thickness, the font type, and so on. Okay. Also, the videos are under each user account, so the videos are private for each user to develop and to annotate. They only share the videos if they want to do it. Okay. So during this Weave project, we proposed ourselves to develop 2 new main features. The first one was to integrate 3D models into the annotation tool, and the second one was the integration of human pulse estimation. Okay, let's see this more in detail. Regarding the 3D features, we started by developing a way of import 3D models into the motion nodes. It's also possible to manage these models, to delete them, to add new ones, and also to view the models. We developed a simple viewer, and all the users can upload the models and then see the models, rotate them, and zoom in, zoom out, to check if everything is okay with the models. The models can be downloaded from Sketchfab or can be created by the user himself and uploaded to the tool. And then the third item, it was all about the annotation, because this is an annotation tool. So we proposed ourselves to create this new type of annotation, to embed 3D models in videos, okay, to enlarge the information that a video can carry to the viewers, to its viewers. So We have a case study here that was published in ACM Digital Library. It was a case study that we did with our partners, Petchum from Portugal, Everett. They are specialists in Portuguese traditional dances, and we had a workshop with them, and we showed this kind of embed 3D models in videos, and we work with them the way that they can recognize the value of embed 3D models. So one use case that we worked on was in this Portuguese traditional dance called rancho, where we can embed the 3D models that were used by the instruments that were used to create the melody that we are hearing. So the users can pause video and can see all the details about the instruments. It's one way to enlarge this information that we can have in our videos. Okay? So if you want to read a little bit more about the paper, just go to the digital library. It's available. The second one was the human pose estimation. So lots of our users are dancers and they teach dance, and the human movement is very important. It's very important. So we integrate this artificial intelligence algorithm called OpenPose. With OpenPose we can process the videos and have access to the human body parts, all the human body parts, as we can see the skeleton of the body parts. With those body parts, it's possible to create dynamic annotations. What is dynamic annotations? Basically, dynamic annotations are annotations that can follow the body part. If we create the annotation and associate the annotation with a specific person arm, the annotation will follow the arm in the video. So it is important to follow and to give and make available a little bit more information by highlighting the specific body part with the annotation associated. On your left side, the dance that we call pezinho in Portuguese, it's translated to English, little foot. The dance is the little foot. We managed to create the movement recognition, which is we have information about the body parts, and we process these body parts, the special position of the body parts, and we can identify automatically certain types of movement. Here we developed two of them, which is it's possible to identify automatically when a people opens the arms or opens the legs, and it's a simple movement, but it's good to have this information without people need to annotate by hand. It's automatically, and we are right now working to expand this movement identification and movement recognition with a specific dance movements in Portuguese of Portuguese traditional dances. So about the integration, it's possible to download videos from Europeana and annotate the videos with motion notes. It's also possible to stream videos from Europeana. If the rights, the privacy are okay, it's possible to do it. It's also possible to embed 3D models from our partners, R2. There is a direct connection between motion notes and 3D Weaver. And also, if you use videos in WeaveX, it's possible to annotate videos from, we stream these videos from WeaveX. It's also possible, if the users want to share their work, it's possible to embed the annotation work in the blogs or websites or portals and so on with this functionality, embed code. And I invite you all to try this tool. It's available under this URL. Also, we had a presentation last week with more details about a 1 hour presentation about these features. It's available in YouTube under our Weave channel. The direct link is here in this presentation. If you want to see more details about it, please go there, and you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Ray.
Thank you.
Any questions to Ray regarding the motion notes and the very interesting stuff that basically you do on annotating movement and parts of the videos? Yes, please.
I was wondering, these motions of these traditional dances are extremely complex, right? These patterns, even if they are patterns, I think that when it comes to them translating them into human motion, even for an algorithm, it must be extremely hard to detect certain recurring models. So I was wondering, are you also training the algorithms with intentional sets of movements, intentional parts of choreographies?
Right now, we only start with the basics, with these basic movements: open arms, open legs, arms up, arms down. We are only in the basics right now, but the objective is to work in the future, work a little bit more with this kind of movements. There is one movement that we discussed in that workshop with the Pechumu. That was a movement that they do with the foot, something like this. And we are discussing the possibilities to identify this movement automatically. And we are working right now in this kind of identification, but it's only the start. We are trying to meet with them again, because now the tool, the development, we developed a little more on this side, because when we met with them in December last year, we are mainly working in the 3D feature. Now we are working more in this kind of movements, and we are planning to have a list of movements like this one to try to identify automatically, and have a list and interface with in motion notes to try to help the people to at least know the movements and, if possible, identify them automatically. Yes.
So there's still a huge potential, but also a bit of
challenge. Challenge.
Any other question to me? Yes, Antonella, please.
Thank you very much, because the presentation was very clear and understandable also by non-specialists. I'm wondering if this AI applied to dance is exploitable also for other videos where there are other kinds of movement, because I think that this can be can have a high potential in annotating videos. That is an area where we still have to develop much mature solutions.
Yes.
Are you considering to
Yes.
expand?
We are working with some basketball coaches as well, and we did some interviews with him, and they already tried the tool. We had at least 10 interviews with basketball coaches, and we saw the potential. They saw the potential on the tool, and they were also. I was talking about this movement that is specific for a dance, but they are speaking about the movement to throw the basketball ball, and we are identifying the right angle. Identifying the right angle, it's a very important thing, and they are very interested in this tool. So sports is another
use case that we want to do.
I'm wondering that maybe also playing the music can have something, and the music is an area that is not much developed in terms of developing new techniques, but learning how to play an instrument has to deal with the position of your hands, your bones, your shoulders, your mouth. So there are a lot of potential.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
If I may add, this is because of personal interest, but also equitation is some. Yeah, thank you. If I may add, but this is for personal interest. Also, equitation is something that would really benefit this. But I'm fantasizing because here we are talking about not only movement of human body, but movement of a horse body. That is a totally different structure. And indeed, perhaps you would need a full bunch of other projects to develop this. But certainly considering, especially in the professional world, this is an area where a lot of investment is being invested. That is also something where I see a potential. So yes, I think sky is the limit.
Thank you, thank you, Valentina. Please.
I have a question also, because I'm not familiarized with these tools and I have no idea what you can do with them. What is the applicability, like in which sectors would these tools be used? How can they, apart from of course in education and in this kind of projects, where else could this be used and for what? In the case of taxes, for example.
We have 3 or 4 or 5 use cases that we already used the tool. The first one was with dances, contemporary dance at first, and now traditional Portuguese dances. But also in sports, we are trying to use it, as I said before. But when we start developing the tool, some doctors, because when they record the surgeries, they are recording the surgeries, and they want to annotate the surgeries for the interns to learn faster. It's another use case. Another one, it's in the education, because I am a teacher. I record a lot of videos during the COVID-19 pandemic, and when we returned to physical classes, I was trying to leverage that material. So I used motion notes in my classes to teach web programming and to add annotations, and the students were adding annotations. In the end of the class, we were sharing the videos with everyone with the annotations so they can study. So we are basically commenting the program lines, the lines of code with annotation, with this annotation tool. This is another use case, and probably there is another ones that I'm not remember right now. But yeah, there is a lot of use cases.
Thank you, Rui. Well, there are certainly many use cases, and I would say the most, let's say, immediate one is sports. We had projects in sports, and this is useful. Any other questions? So then we moved on to Orpheus from ThinkCode, who's going to present this metadata enrichment and ingestion tools.
Good. I don't know, is this working? Good. Well, hello everyone, I'm Orpheus, and I'm here to present the metadata enrichment tools that we used within the Weave project. And let me start with a platform that we used. It's Sage. I know many of you have already heard about it. I'll try to keep it short. Basically, we have developed a platform that can basically integrate data from different sources and of various formats. So, for example, if you're an institution or an organization and you have your metadata in your own database, you can use Sage to transform all these into RDF and create a uniform representation of your data. We can harvest data from your databases. You can actively push data. So it doesn't mind where you keep your data or in which form. We can integrate it into one platform. And in that way, you can clean and you can create a uniform representation. Then you can use the platform to enrich the metadata. And we will see now what we mean by enriching. And you can have like a clear overview of your data. Now, what do we mean when we say metadata enrichment? We want basically to create links between our objects and external knowledge bases. We want basically to create, as we say here, fully fledged resources. So we don't just need strings, but we need a link to the respective entity in another database. For example, we may have some metadata that the creator is mentioned or the place of creation. This doesn't really mean as a string something, but if you link it to the Wikidata page, you can have access to other, let's say, works of this creator. You can have access to other works that were created in that place. You can have unlimited potential to access the knowledge. So once you create, you make your data linked data, you can have access to all the other resources. So that's the main purpose of this. And this can help like in indexing, in searching, in many other cases. We'll see the two basic tools that we used in Weave. First, we have the nerd annotator, as said. Basically, it performs named entity recognition and disambiguation. What this is that you have a text, and then the tool itself finds the named entities. Named entities can be persons, place names, organizations, institutions. And then, after it finds some potential named entities, it tries to disambiguate to find the proper, let's say, entities in a knowledge base. Our tool works with Wikidata. We will also see like an example. The core behind this tool is basically NLP techniques. It's AI based. I will not get too technical. I don't think it matters now. But let's see an example to better understand what it does. Let's say we have a description of an object. Here we have basically a description of Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. So the tool first finds that there are some potential entities. We see that it identified like Nighthawks, Edward Hopper, the School of Art Institute of Chicago. So the tool itself just takes the text, it finds these terms, and it's able to disambiguate and find the respective Wikidata entities. We saw that it found the painting itself, it found the creator, and it also found the place where it is displayed. So after that, we can either harvest additional information and add it to our record to keep it in our databases, or we can just create links, and then we can use these links to add information, to just provide some relevant entities to our users, anything we want. The other tool is basically a linked data annotator. What this means is that in this case, we don't leave the tool in the wild to search in the Wikidata. We give, let's say, a small vocabulary, a curated thesaurus if you want, whatever you need. And then the tool performs some smart string matching, which means that it doesn't have to find the exact term that is the label of our vocabulary, but it can find also some alternatives. And then we have also provided with the label of the source also URI, and it links our entity to that. This basically has also a big advantage compared to the previous one, that besides control, which is a big issue, because if you let just a nerd tool to perform, it can find things that you don't consider useful. It's also much faster. So with this tool, we were able to annotate millions of records in previous projects, which is something that we wouldn't be able to do with the other annotator because it would take like around 2 years, I think, something like that. And we can see an example here that we have, again, a description. We have a thesaurus that is basically some materials and some colors. We have done this with some fashion items before. And you can see that the tool is able to identify from the description of the entity something about this material that is made of like metal, and some about these colors with the blue and yellow. And you can see that it doesn't have to find the exact word blue. You can understand like that bluish is just another word that we can use like in the color spectrum of blue. And because all these are made automatically, you need to have some control over the enrichments. You can't just use the enrichments as they are, because in some cases, as you can imagine, there are some enrichments that are not useful, they're wrong, there might be better options. So in our platform, we have created, let's say, a human-in-the-loop approach so that we can validate, and we're currently experimenting of retraining some tools. So there are human validators that, depending on the amount of enrichments, can either validate all the enrichments or a sample of them. Like in Weave, we validated 100% of the enrichments because it were like some thousands, and it was possible. Of course, we have optimized some searches so that you don't have to validate the same things again. If different records have the same lexical, let's say, you only validate once. But still, it's some manual work that needs to be done. And after this validation, the users basically have a simple job: accept or reject an enrichment. And they have the option to propose, let's say, an alternative option if they find a better one. After that, we are now trying to create also a statistical analysis, because in some cases you have so many enrichments that you cannot validate all of them. So you need to generalize the observations. So we try to analyze the results of the validation along with the validators. So we leave them, they leave comments and we discuss with them so that we can generalize their observations and apply improvements to all the enrichments. So let's say if they found that generally our tool linked this name with this entity, but I found a better one, we can apply this change, let's say, to all the enrichments. And we have like some exportation filters that you can filter like the levels, because each tool, let's say, has also confidence. So it says that I found this, but in some cases it's not very sure, so it gives you low confidence. After the validation, we can see that the validators rejected all the enrichments below this confidence. So maybe we should follow this and reject all the enrichments with low confidence. In other cases, the user might find it useful to have all the enrichments. They didn't care if it was low or high confidence. So that it's also up to the user, and it's modular, let's say. Sage is fully integrated with Europeana. You can now basically harvest from Europeana directly if your data are already there. We just created also a direct integration through Mint, which is basically an ingestion tool. Some of you, I think, already know. And you can also directly harvest from there. And as we said, it's also up to you. You may have your own database, and we can harvest from there the data. And after the enrichment, after cleaning, validating, etc., you can just decide which enrichments you want to be integrated into your own data. And through Mint, they can be published back to Europeana, which is basically the workflow that we also used in Weave. Some numbers about what we did in Weave. As we can see, we have like a bit over 9.5 thousand enrichments in 3.8 thousand records. 10 users were involved, either from our part, some experts that did the enrichments, either some partners that did the validation, and we thank them very much. Also, I forgot to mention that for the linked data annotator, we created a custom vocabulary, and some people here worked really hard for that, and thank you. Valentina especially directed, let's say, the whole procedure. And a good thing that we noticed is that from the validation, 91.2 of the enrichments were accepted, which means that the tools actually did a good job. Now we have some future improvements that we're currently working on. We want to add more annotators, let's say, more ways to enrich your data. We're experimenting with some topic analysis tools and some other things. Something very important is that we want to create a complete validation framework and add some other extensions to the tool, so that instead of only accepting or rejecting an annotation, it's very important to indicate the best target field for that. Because we might find an enrichment in the description, but we don't know if it's the creator, if it's just a place, if it's just an institution mentioned, we don't know. And we're currently in discussion with Europeana, and we have already prepared some new changes. I think within the next months we will release the next version of the tool. And the other big change we want to make is to make the platform more simple, so that an end user could use. Because right now, the workflow is that you come to us, we take the data, we enrich them, and we give it back to you. We want to make it as simple as possible, so that you can also do it yourselves. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Orpheus, for the presentation. And impressive accuracy. I would say 91%. That's great. So, any questions, please? No questions here?
Maybe a comment in the framework of Weave is that, yes, in the framework of Weave, we were extremely careful with this validation of the enrichment. And what we really wanted to do is to involve the content provider, so the institutions who holds the source data, to check that what the machine added is compliant. We think it was super important. And also, in the case of Weave, where we worked also with content from local communities, we involved the communities themselves to, support this validation process. So indeed, I can say that the acceptance rate is very high. This means that the tool works, but it also means that the review worked because the human in the loop was able to find things that the machine didn't do properly, and to train the machine back, so for even more improvement of these tools. Because indeed, in the case of Weave, the amount of items is limited, but we are talking about artificial intelligence which is able to work on millions and millions of records, and in that case, as you say, the human part cannot be on everything, and the validation must be on a percentage of records. So, yeah, we really think that this part of the validation needs to be curated by those who have a stake in the cultural heritage that is represented in the data. And in Weave we did, so we are very, very happy.
Yes,
thank you,
Valentina.
There is a question here from John.
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment, because I was a validator, we had content, we put it in, and to start with, we were sort of thinking, how are we going to get through this task of doing how many thousand validations or whatever. But it proved to be very simple, and it's very user-friendly. It's just tick across, and as you went down. I guess the errors it made, it was quite common errors, so we had a lot of content with a lot of similar sort of words in it, and we'd constantly get the thing wrong, but I'm assuming it's learning from that. And then the other thing would be to improve it is that you can obviously see place names or people that it didn't pick up that maybe it should have. So I don't know how there was if there's an ability to sort of flag those up and say you should have found something to this, because the human in us isn't going to make the effort to annotate every single one, like to link every single one into Wikidata or whatever it is. So if the machine picks them up or can instantly look at those from clicking on them, then it would be even easier to do, I think. So, but I was quite impressed from a starting point of, what are we going to do, and then to do it. I think it was well done. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, and it's a valid point. Sorry if you want that. It's something that we haven't considered. We allow the user to add an annotation to the whole record, but as you say, there might miss many points, and it could be used either for retraining or for using a more specialized enricher, let's say. So we can say search for these exact words, and maybe you can find.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when we started, it was we had sort of big subject themes, so we could add bulk to all of that. So we did very basic, only 3 or 4 Wikidata to chunks.
Mm-hmm.
And then this did the detail, but I think we could have done more details, or we could have suggested more details if there was an opportunity.
I think this is a very good idea, basically, because then it will improve the recall, so that basically you got all this, the things that you have basically missed. Because you don't know, if you only validate a couple of items, you don't know what you have basically missed. And Human in the Loop can support that, this thing. David, please.
Yes, hi, we already realized during the project that this tool is really useful and effective for people working with metadata. So my question is, are there possibilities for people who are not partnered or who are not in the European environment to use this tool?
Yes.
Really accessible?
Yes, of course. As I said, the tool currently is a bit complex, so you basically contact us and we discuss how we will perform the enrichment. The project is also open source, but I wouldn't suggest setting on your own. It's a mess, I can barely use it sometimes, No, I'm kidding. But the basic workflow now is that you can contact us. It doesn't matter if you are in Europeana or something. We can also integrate data from other sources. And we can discuss like on the type of enrichments that you want. Since we're also currently, experimenting with different types of enrichments, we can also consider your, let's say, preferences to better specialize our tools. So yeah, it's open to use for everyone, and they can just contact us and see, how we can make like the best fit for the needs of the user.
Thank you. More comments? Also to the previous presentations, if you got one now, or burning one that you want to kind of, let's say, get out in the wild? No? Okay, then we are kind of, let's say, magically on time again, almost. So we move to the next, we will skip this short break now. Yeah, we had already one. So we move to the next presentation, which is basically Weave in Europeana. So we are going to see, basically how content and things that we did were imported and were added and helped Europeana to become a better resource. Valentina, please.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, George, and I am very happy to open this presentation that will showcase the collections that the content providers in the Weave project offered for publication in Europeana. And then I will pass the floor to two colleagues and friends of mine. One will be John from Top Photo, will dive a little bit into this story from the point of view of the content provider, and then to Sophie, who coordinated the publication of editorials in Europeana, which served to showcase these collections to a wider audience. And we already said many times today that we really wanted to showcase tangible and intangible heritage from cultural communities and to show them, making them accessible or even more accessible via Europeana. So our primary scope was to really create collections that are high quality, which would allow best user experience in the search and finding these objects in Europeana, and as I said, to also showcase them in dedicated stories. Yes, we made reference to this landmark document that is the Europeana Publishing Framework, which is a sort of guidance document which sets quality requirements for the objects and the metadata that we offer in Europeana, because indeed we have to find a compromise of what is published, but certainly there are minimum standards that must be met. I will now very briefly tell you a little bit about the process that is behind the scenes. It is a process that includes various actors, and the steps are the aggregation, the mapping, and ingestion. So you see in this visual that indeed there are various actors, the content providers who prepare their data sets, the metadata that they have in their own schema, to be made available for the mapping to the metadata schema of Europeana. This mapping is done via an infrastructure and intermediate. I already said that the Photo Consortium, whom I am proud to represent, is an accredited aggregator of Europeana. We use the MINT aggregation tool that is provided by the colleagues of the National Technical University of Athens with the Think Code. We heard before Orpheus from Think Code. And what we did? Well, via this aggregation tool, we sort of took the metadata schema of the content provider and mapped to the metadata schema that Europeana is using to publish the records in the collections platform. So this phase also implies quality checks to grant the compliance to the technical requirements and to the quality requirements which I mentioned before. And then when the mapping is done, we sort of pass it to the data processing team in Europeana. They are also performing additional checks. There might be some back and forth between Europeana and the content provider to refine this material, and then eventually the collections are published. And what we published. I think that WEAVE is really an interesting project because the overarching theme, the intangible and tangible heritage of communities, is very wide. And in fact, the collections that we provided in WEAVE are very different and varied and rich, including a lot of different item types, images, videos, podcasts, and the 3D content. We heard about that already. So you can find a lot of very various forms of representation of tangible and intangible heritage of various communities from many European countries. And the result, this is the result. I said before, well, WEAVE is not a big amount of data, but this small amount is 8,000. 8,000 records uploaded and published in the Europeana collections portal that really are very, very rich. They are high quality, they are varied and representative of different stories, realities, local heritage and communities. And indeed, we had this part on the aggregation of 3D records that is very important nowadays because we are moving more and more towards this idea of preserving either built or non-built heritage items via the 3D format. So we really think this is a very good result and we are super proud. And on the other part of the slide, you see the list of the content providers in WEAVE. I will very briefly, too briefly maybe, show you an overview of this content, but what I would like to invite you all to do is to go search in Europeana for this material because it is, I mean, as I said, very rich, very varied and stimulating for sure. So I would like to start talking a little bit about the ERIAC. I have colleagues here seated. You can also come if you want, no? ERIAC is the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture, and their role in this project was really precious because it was the first time that in Europeana we had content from Roma about Roma, and this was really important to, in the side of this diversity and inclusion effort to have a correct, I would say, and community-derived representation of the Roma culture. And this collection also includes a selection of contemporary artworks. I think that as with WEAVE, we try to be as much open access as possible. So, for example, many of these collections are either fully available open access or at least available for some creative reuse or reuse in educational context. So even the copyrighted items are offered in a shareable way. And here, well, these short slides I will show you do not give justice to the collections. This is an example from the collections in ERIAC, but please go and look for this material. Another partner that is particularly specialized is the Pedexumbo. We heard already from Rui. This is an association that wants to preserve and disseminate about traditional dances in Portugal. And dance is also, a way to transmit and live intangible heritage and local values and local cultures. So Pedexumbo offered a selection of very interesting dance video. So with the people today who dance traditional dances. And this is I think, a super interesting and little known type of heritage that really enriches Europeana in the area of dance as an intangible heritage and practice. Then, well, I briefly mentioned Arctur, but we already heard Mateusz talk about these beautiful 3D models of these monuments and castles in Slovenia. And here we saw already the potential also, not only in the cultural heritage sector, but also in the research and the tourist promotion of countries. So I think this is, besides the technical value and the high quality of these models, it is also, a way to promote the territories and the local cultures. Then we had this big effort that Fred described before, coordinated by Coventry University, to engage with the various types of community and have these communities interact with their heritage. From this effort of local communities engagement, we derived a very varied collection of items that includes different types of contemporary collections, which was offered in Europeana through the Coventry University. And indeed, here we can find a lot of materials, including audiovisuals, podcasts, images, and conversations with experts. So it is a different type of cultural heritage. Perhaps we are more acquainted with the photos or texts or books as a cultural heritage, but indeed also this material is a way to represent the heritage and the views of various types of communities. So yeah, this is again just a few screenshots from Europeana, but yeah, as I said, you are warmly invited to explore these collections. Just a couple of words on the hosting partner of this event, CRDI. We already heard before that there was this two types of content that CRDI was able to provide in this project. From one side, all the intangible heritage of the Castellet, including a collection of images and videos and the beautiful audiovisual that we saw yesterday at the Cinema Truffaut. And then they did amazing work, technical work, to digitize in 3D the daguerreotypes. We will talk more about this later, so I'm not spoiling about this. You also can see in the screens in the cloister some footage from this collection of 3D daguerreotypes. And I want to conclude just introducing the top photo, that is a highly important UK press agency. They have a beautiful collection of imagery of almost everything. And indeed, in the Weave project, they provided the biggest amount of content, offering 4,000 historical photographs representing intangible heritage and practices and communities. And I'm leaving now the floor to John, because he will tell us a bit more about the story and how intangible heritage is represented in photography. So, yeah, maybe, yes?
You find me?
Yeah, please.
Can you find me, George? Is the clicker on?
Yeah, can do it. Just wait.
It's on the screen, so
Yeah.
hope we go. So, yeah, thank you very much, Valentina. I'm John Ballion from Top Photo, and Top Photo is a privately owned picture agency, picture library, and we have about 5 million image objects in our archive, and we were tasked with 3,500 and we supplied 4,000. So this presentation is basically a smokescreen to just show some of those images, rather than, so if you get bored with the words, just wait 10 seconds and hopefully you'll see another picture. But if you're interested in the words, I've titled it Process and Discovery, and that's because the core nature of this project really presented some unique challenges for content editing. And I thought it was worth sharing with you. So the key theme of Weave, of course, is intangible heritage, and thus began the paradox, because photographic archives, of course, are tangible, you know, they're real things, but digital copies, the transfer of this from hard copy to analog, analog hard copy stuff to digital, then makes intangible objects. So far so good, but of course what we're really looking at is what's on those things. What is the image? What constitutes intangible heritage, and how does one present images, a captured moment in time, to reflect intangible heritage? So the starting point for us was some partners in the project. So we had ERIAC, as Valentina mentioned, the Europeana Roma Institute for Arts and Culture. We also had, for dance, we had the Centre for Dance, CDER, at Conferència University, and Pedijumbo as well, representing dance in Portugal, and our hosts, which was CRDI. And I'm going to go a little bit off script. I always have a script because I have a memory of a goldfish, so you have to excuse me for that. But any of you who were there yesterday watching the film, this amazing film that was produced for this project, the Casteliers, these human towers, we looked for those in Top Photo and we didn't find them, and it was both a surprise and a shame. It is a surprise because it is such a photogenic thing, you know, and Top Photo has so many pictures of so much, and it's not just UK, although we're based in the UK, it's a global representation of images, that I really thought that we would have something, especially after seeing that film. I thought that was there. And it's also a shame because, you know, at the end of this film there was really an appeal for archive material, you know, because we find at Top Photo often we are the guardians of other people's heritage. You know, they rely on what we've kept, preserved and stored. And it's only through all of this accessibility, through Weave and Europeana projects, that it's sort of getting back to communities and getting back to the people who sort of really engage with it. You know, we engage with it because it's an amazing picture, you know, but communities themselves, it might be their only representation of their history. So it's quite an important and vital thing. So I've drifted off a little bit there. So I'll get back to the core part. I mean, the other thing was also it's professional photography. I mean, we think photography is now in this day and age, it's so ubiquitous. You know, if we went to Castilla, you know, we went to one of these festivals, I'm sure everybody's got their camera out. But before digital cameras, it was down to these professional photographers, the press photographers, to go there and make the record, as it were. And as on that video, there was some that have almost given away, and they've kind of got lost in these archives, you know, because they have a different agenda, or, you know, it's not as open access. So reclaiming your heritage is quite a big thing. Anyway, I've gone a little bit sideways. Going back to dance, so there's ERIAC, there's Roma, sorry I forgot to do the slides as I was doing this, the Centre of Dance. And CDER's focus on dance was, you know, dance is a broad topic, and we have a whole range of images on dance. But Mary Louise Crawley, hello there if you're watching, mentioned the English Folk Dance and Song Society, and we actually had one here. And also Pedijumbo, you know, being folk traditional dancing, it really focused our attention to folk dancing. And it's quite obvious how dance is intangible heritage. And of course, a photograph of dance only captures a brief instance of the performance. It freezes the motion. There is no accompanying music, and it is a still moment. The photograph is somewhat contrary to the
fluidity that dance embodies. However, an image is undoubtedly an extremely important record, if not the only record, of a unique performance taking place. And the original captions can also add valuable information that may have otherwise been lost. In the search for folk dance, I was really surprised by the number of images we had related to Morris dancing, and the energy and the beauty of a number of more spontaneous performances, almost transcending what I just mentioned about still photography, losing the periphery from the performance. One comes to realize that there are always opportunities to see more in a frozen moment. We discovered over 400 images related to the Roma, or more broadly GRT communities, and Top Photo was very conscious of the original captions and how historical bias in the text or even the image itself might translate to a contemporary audience. Most importantly, the communities themselves. And through the Weave project, and with the lead of ERIAC, a validation process was set up to approve the images and to improve and amend the accompanying text. As a content provider of cultural heritage, I felt this was an extremely important exercise. And even though none of the images were rejected, the follow-up workshop was essential for raising concerns about objectivity and how context is critical when preserving vintage photography of this nature. So after Roma and dance, this is the point, beyond the project partners, where the finding everything else and how we at Top Photo approach the definition and discovery of intangible heritage as captured in still photography. The process really starts with taxonomy, and I appreciate the word taxonomy, maybe sending some of you to sleep already, but without a legacy taxonomy structure in place, finding intangible heritage within our collections would have been much more complex. Some of you might be aware of Estelle Blaschke's book, Banking on Images. So from my experience at Top Photo being a collection that relies on commercial licensing to preserve, conserve, survive, I don't agree fully with all the things that Estelle suggests in the book, but it's very, very well researched and I highly recommend it, and details the importance of thematic categorization in photographic libraries, commercial ones in particular. The main protagonist being Otto Bettmann, who is an innovator in the picture archive industry. So I've stolen a couple of illustrations here from Estelle's book to briefly illustrate what he did and why it is relevant today. The most important one is this, which shows an index card from the Bettmann archive. Everything on this index card replicates what DAM systems do today, including Europeana. It has a unique ID, file name. It has a link to the negative shown at, a description, an original reference or shown by, a thumbnail or preview, all linking to a high resolution usable copy. And finally, under the indexed under section are the cross-referenced categories, or what we would call keywords or tags today. For us now, it doesn't sound particularly revolutionary, but I have to remind you that Otto Bettmann designed this in the early 1930s. And it revolutionized not only how images were stored, but also how they were presented, particularly to clients, the publishers of images. Of course, I've already mentioned the importance of context, and by dividing up and then recombining into thematic picture sets, there are concerns about recontextualization. I think, after what we've already discussed today, there needs to be a more dedicated debate than I have time for now. Possibly even a Weave 2 project could tackle it. The organisation of Top Photo's print archive does not mirror Bettmann, but it does use a thematic approach, roughly based on the Gibbs-Smith system, which he devised for the Holton Press picture post-photographic archive in the 1940s. Our system similarly has high-level rooms which are broken down into 26 main categories, one for each letter of the alphabet, then further divided down into a tree structure of manageable folders, say no more than 50 images per folder. And the folder location has been written on the back of every print to help with the backfiling, which was an arduous task in the days when packets of hundreds and hundreds of physical prints were sent to clients and then returned, and then we had to file it back. You could see here in this example that there are 7 levels of thematic categorization in this particular image. We have the room location, which is actually on there, called general, then entertainment, dancing, folk, English, Morris men, finally stick dance. Intangible heritage is not a common keyword in our archive, and I doubt in many archives. But having a legacy thematic structure in place, it really helped the discovery process for the Weave project. It led quite quickly to a mind map with potential topics referencing to category headings that we have in the library, to where we might find this intangible heritage in the archive. One of the main 26 categories is ceremonies and customs, and in there one might find the annual Shrovetide football match, or the running of the bulls, New Year's Day, a parade or two where everybody stands or possibly sits on the ceremony. Religion is another main category heading where we thought intangible heritage would be found, whether it be a simple act of prayer, a traditional ritual, or open declaration of faith. Religion undoubtedly invoked the concept of intangible heritage. So much in the category of sport would be classified as intangible heritage, but we got interested in sports fans, particularly football fans. There's just something about supporting a team and the collective spirit which lends itself akin to a community, which is associated to that team, which I just thought was worth exploring, and it was great fun doing. For intangible heritage, Top Photo has so much rooted in a central subcategory called national characters. The main category heading of this is features, and to give you an idea of what features might have, it's very human orientated. It has features physical, eyes, ears, features emotions, features men, features women. Features weddings happens to be a subcategory, relevant being a tradition and a custom, often religious, and weddings also happen to include crossovers, like this chimney sweep kissing the bride in a 200-year-old tradition which goes back to a royal decree by King George III saying that all chimney sweeps are lucky. Chimney sweeps independently are indeed filed in a subfolder of features national characters, and although I have this fantastic lady sweep here, national characters is mostly a category of stereotypes, and this is the key problem for recontextualizing thematically. Everything and everyone are pigeonholed into specific boxes, or specific folders as it were in our library. One thing I was looking for, however, in terms of intangible heritage was occupations that have drifted virtually, if not entirely, out of existence, and many of those conveniently are grouped together in this section, national characters. So looking for them one by one in negative or date order or accession order would have been virtually impossible. But altogether, it makes it so much easier. So we have lamp-lighters, for example, or furnace men, craftspeople like this wheelwright, and even these road sweepers who are well aware of their future as they throw away their brooms in the air following the introduction of mechanical vacuum sweepers. I'm afraid to say that various communities also fall into national characters. The Roma, for example, and a particular UK community that I was interested in, the Pearlies, the traditional costermongers, who imitated wealthy West End Victorian society by wearing a costume of pearls. This was transformed and cemented, as it were, by a man called Henry Croft in the 1880s, who reportedly came across a discarded shipload of pearl buttons on the shore of the River Thames. And if you look closely, you will see that all the designs on the clothing of these Pearlies are indeed created using pearl buttons, a tradition that is still continues today. Another community highlighted for intangible heritage was the mining community. Now they are more related to industry in our category tree. The world is still digging up all sorts of natural resources, and indeed they're digging up different natural resources now for electric batteries and things. But coal mining has faced a rapid decline. Therefore, again, it crosses over into this realm of extinct occupations. What stands out, however, versus other occupations is how the Industrial Revolution created whole towns based around mining. The miners themselves, families, and other supporting workers, all creating generations steeped with brass bands and banners. The other interesting thing I find about coal is how it's shifted from being this magic ingredient to progress and power into enemy number one against climate change. How history will judge coal is very different from those who were living with coal, again emphasizing context when interpreting historical imagery. Our age is seemingly the one that has become aware of a disappearing world. And we are facing difficult choices. What to save? What can we save? Photo history is no different. And although we are unable to preserve and make everything accessible, projects such as the Weave project have at least allowed us to present one element of intangible heritage to a wider global audience. I thank you for your time, and I also thank you for allowing me to show you some of the images that we have submitted to Weave. And until we meet again, I bid you a fond farewell and hand you back to George.
Thank you, John. Very impressive imagery here, so I would really...
You want me to stay here?
Impressed by all
and
these
if I can
images
drink
and the
this.
story, of course. Let's move on to Sophie with the Europeana editorials and virtual exhibition.
Ask.
Sorry, Sophie. You're not going to get help from me. Technically.
Go in the folder.
Yes, but there is no mouse button.
The mouse is on the other screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the folder, yeah. Yeah, the folder.
Ah, you're on here now. Like, except you probably don't touch with the mouse.
Number 6.
Can you move it up and down? Here we go, look like this.
Okay. Yeah. The next slide, I think.
It's not displayed.
Okay, and presentation mode, it should work now. Ah. Okay.
Thanks for the technical support, dear colleagues. My name is Sophie Taas. I'm representing today a photo consortium, but I'm always also wearing the hat of Leuven University. And I had the honor and the opportunity to serve this project as, let's say, a coordinator of editorial activities. Because we now find ourselves on the other side of the spectrum that John was describing, the spectrum of recontextualization of collections. Well, it starts, of course, with the material, and then it ends or it continues with storytelling.
And this is an important point to touch upon when we talk about these projects in the Connecting Europe funding strand, the generic services project. What we are actually doing is providing services to Europeana, right? Europeana is our kind of, the planet around which we orbit. Now, Europeana is so much more than data collections. You've heard about the amazing materials that were unearthed in the scope of WEAVE, but that's not where it stops for Europeana, and it didn't stop for the project either. Because what we do is provide storytelling, editorials that help make the digital objects and the collections more meaningful, more expressive, and therefore make them more discoverable, I would say, more visible and more relatable for those browsing to those objects. What happens to Europeana editorials? They are published, of course, on the end-user-oriented platform, Europeana.eu, and is then promoted. It's taken on by the Europeana machine that is very well versed in making sure that these editorials are distributed as widely as possible, social media, newsletters, all kinds of accounts where people can discover these editorials. Why is it important for projects like WEAVE to make an effort in this realm? Well, of course, because they also help our collections, all these efforts that were made behind the scenes, to translate to as visible and as impactful results as possible, and to gain a wider recognition for the teams and the content providers involved. What does that mean in terms of concrete output? What do we do normally in this kind of projects for Europeana? Well, we produce editorials in a range of established formats, as there are blogs, galleries, exhibitions, and a little thing we previously called browse entry points. I have no clue what's the current denominator that we should now use, but they are basically curated data sets. So data sets, smaller sets that we put together with a short description where people can enter really quickly, really easily into the material and get inspired to go on further searches on their own. In the beginning of the project, or even before the start of the project, we made a promise to Europe in terms of what we were going to deliver on the editorial side. We said, look, a bunch of blogs is what you can expect, at least for galleries, and a virtual exhibition on Roma heritage. We deployed a methodology to get to this point that you will find quite artisanal. I now am sitting here with a bit of second thoughts about including these screenshots after having seen my revered colleagues here, George, Orpheus, and the rest of the toolkit guys, because contrary to your efforts, ours really start from a very artisanal contact with the collections. So the editorials really start from the material, or that is at least what we always aim to do. The objects should speak first for themselves, and then we try to capture that speech in words and visuals that make it insightful for as wide an audience as possible. So you can see here that a first part of my methodology that was also tested and approved of in previous project is just basically mining what is there, the riches that are there in terms of materials, collections, and of course existing Europeana assets. The beauty of projects such as WEAVE is that indeed you weave together content provided by institutions from all across Europe, existing content, accessible sometimes in Europeana for many, many years, with totally new stuff coming in, and fostering relationships that no one would ever have suspected to be there. To be able to do that, you have to talk a lot, you have to scroll a lot, you have to read a lot. That is really the crafty part of this whole process, and the time-consuming, but also very rewarding part. Secondly, of course, you want to talk to the people who are the experts in the material, and those are the content providers themselves. So we had a range of dedicated meetings where we tried to not discuss too many other project-related topics, but really go into the images, into the 3D models, into anything that was in the pipeline towards Europeana. It's an iterative process, right? So it's not on day one in the first meeting that we were able to discuss exactly these are the parts of our archive that are going to be contributed, that's the amount of pictures, and these are the stories you can narrate about it. No, it's a process of discovery on both our sides, and also this took some time to get to a point where we could actually devise a plan. A publication plan that we hence used as a tool for planning, because we wanted to have a good representation of all the different materials, all the different partners, and all the big themes covered by the Weave project. Therefore, you need to have a macroscopic, a panoramic view first. Secondly, it was also a guide, so helping us to set in time and in terms of personal investment of efforts, a reasonable plan for accomplishing the ambitious goals that we had. And then it became a follow-up tool. So this dynamic sheet, how very basic it might be, it allowed us to keep track of progress across the project team. Finally, I would say that a vital part in the methodology was the interfacing with Europeana. In the end, they are the exit point of the pipeline, where all the creative efforts in the end come out, and so discussing about which topics they found interesting, fitting to the end user audience, which formats were preferable for this or that topic, what a feasible schedule would be, and how production would be run. That all came into being in conversations with Jolan, or more in particular his colleague Adrian Murphy, who as always has been golden in this project. And as you can see there on the bottom of the slide, you can see that I copy-pasted a kind of a sign-off that we included in all of our blog posts, where the connection with the project is made, a link is made to the project website. We mention, of course, our funding program and our funding governance body. And you see that Adrian thoughtfully included some labels and some links that allow people to jump immediately and easily from one editorial to another. I'm happy today to present, I believe, some good and inspiring results. In total, we are at 6 end-user targeted blogs on Europeana.eu, and I'll quickly run them by you. The first one, actually, because keep in mind that Weave is kind of a pioneering project when it comes to representing intangible cultural heritage in Europeana. So what we wanted to do, among others, in the blogs is set the scene. It's like we're kind of almost dropping in from a dark storage room. We're opening a door, and we kind of want to raise an awareness of what is intangible heritage. So this is what this first blog is about, the 5 flavors as corresponding to the 5 domains that were named in the Intangible Heritage Convention of UNESCO 2003. I named different examples of language types of heritage, performance practices, social practices, traditions and celebrations, and knowledge transfer, both in terms of crafts and skills, and in terms of knowledge of nature, indigenous medicine, environmental strategies, and so on. And you can see here I try to summarize a little bit what types of collections we were able to involve in just one single blog. In this case, it's already a wide variety. It's area content, Girona content, a bit from the dance collections, from the promoter gallery, from our friends at Kikirpa. So this is also something we try to do. We, of course, have our network, since we just discovered that we are celebrating this year like 10 years of Europeana photography friends working together, I tried, of course, to revisit as many of them as possible also in the editorials for this project. The second one kind of builds a little bit on that first entry story. It's about, okay, we have this intangible heritage in 5 domains. How are we going to take care of it if it is intangible and untouchable? And here, of course, we come to the very interesting questions that also John raised, that when you take a tradition, something that you really cannot touch, and you try to represent it in kind of a museal way, a way that you can take care of it, how are you going to do that? Is photography a way to do that? Do you want to kind of freeze it in an artifact? And what then happens when you move to the digital realm? Because then you have another translation to make. So the questions about caring for these collections and what is an intangible heritage collections are very prominent, especially since in an ever more globalizing world, industrialization, environmental challenges also challenge these kind of practices that we're talking about here. So again, I shed a little light on what are UNESCO's activities, what are local communities and local committees working on, but also what can a project as Weave mean for, in this respect, the care for the heritage. Slovenia's castles, I really loved writing this blog because it was completely alien to me. So it really challenged me to dive into the historical background of some of these sites that were rendered in the 3D Arctur collections. And really it's worth your time to explore castles like the one in Prem, that I believe today is a museal site, so you can still visit it but in a totally different context. There's the Praetorian Palace in Koper. I never imagined that a Venetian inspired Praetorian Palace would be there somewhere in the beautiful riches of Slovenia. There's the Lusberg Castle on a height of 607 meters above sea level, where you first have to climb until you can't feel your legs anymore, but then you have the most beautiful view at the confluence of 2 rivers. It's really traveling without moving, using also the amazing visualizations. The Taste of Terroir was written by a colleague of mine at the university, Jenny Herman, and she explored food traditions, culinary heritage as a form of intangible heritage. She goes especially into the French notion of terroir and what it means in terms of marrying this rural idyll, this nostalgic ideation of culinary heritage, with this sense of exoticism and the way it was then promoted in commercial advertisement campaigns. You all know that the culinary industry and culinary tourism is a big thing now, and Jenny traces it back to earlier manifestations earlier in the 20th century. Again, I was able to combine many different sources of material, our friends at CRDI, Top Photo, United Archives, Frank and his team in Cullen, Bibliothèque Nationale de France, and so on. Of course, we had a blog about Castellers because the material really, I think we still couldn't do it justice with everything that we produced. It's so amazing. So I took mainly, or maybe even only, records from Girona, and wove it in with a broader tale about what does the tradition represent, how does it deploy, actually building a human tower, what are the unwritten rules, as was shared with us by David and his team, and also how does it translate into different manifestations across Europe and across the world even, because there are some other traditions with the same origin. And then, this is a last minute bonus. John had this one in the making for a while and we were able to carry it off quite last minute before coming here. This is crystallizing his views on the paradox of intangible heritage, where we start from a metaphor or an analogy with the ship of Theseus, which is this very famous philosophical paradox about a ship that gets dismantled, where all the materials are replaced, and then the question remains, is it still the same ship, or is it a different object? And the conclusion of John is that when all that replacement of material is done, what remains of the object is the intangible heritage. I really invite it. It's an engaging read with, as you see, a wide variety of content involved. These were the end-user-oriented blogs. We also had 2 sector-oriented blogs on Europeana Pro, about the project as a whole and about all the events and how they can help promoting and safeguarding intangible heritage. We had a number of galleries. I prepared them using the Gallery Builder tool, of which you can see here a screenshot of my personal account. I'm still so happy that this is now our new workflow, right? As a curator, you put the galleries together and they get easily pushed to the team at Europeana. And in the case of Weave, this resulted in galleries about the tradition of walking to express tradition, celebration, religious inspiration, so processions, and there we had, among others, the Trapani collection that is represented. We have a gallery about favorite smells with a wide variety of providers, disappearing trades and occupations based on the idea of John, but with many other content providers in and outside of Weave involved. A gallery about the human towers. Again, I wanted to express also the visual beauty and appeal of these images, and was able to mix them in with some other sources of material. And that's about it, I think. Going to the browse entry points, these curated data sets, I made 10, and I tried to cover those collections that were not very visible in the previous editorials. There's a reason for that. In some cases, there was kind of a timing issue with the publications of some of the collections, and a blog indeed takes some time to produce. And as long as you don't know which material is going to be there, that's not an easy thing to do. So some of the collections, for instance, from CDER, from Pedeshumbo, I try to give an immediate presence by putting the data sets together and allowing people to step into them immediately. We are exploring with Europeana how they are going to be presented in the new environment, because, let me quickly flip a bit onwards, because Europeana has changed. A few weeks ago, when you go to europeana.eu, it looks quite different from what it was like before. The number of tiles and of sections has very much diminished, and I think that it's kind of now further in the making, right? It's not a fixed model, it's not a fixed end result, it's kind of now building upon this new point of departure. And this is why we also have to recalibrate a little bit where is all this content going to appear. I can already tell you that the blogs are classified under stories, so this is quite straightforward. For the galleries, we are looking at the collections tab. So I think for now they are still promoted as a user-generated gallery, but we will move them into the collections part of the website. For the browse entry points, let's give it a little bit of time. In any case, the data sets are there and perhaps could be reused as topics or provider-based entry points. Now, last but not least, of course, there is this exhibition. In terms of editorials, it doesn't get much bigger than that. And because we had this very interesting but also specialized topic of Roma history and Romani representation, we sought a collaboration with a specialist in the field. And we were so lucky to find, through the networks of ERIAC and Coventry University, curator Dr. Adrian Marsh, who produced this visual essay, I might say, in 7 chapters, with an afterword from contemporary artist and researcher Imogen Bright-Moon, which really reflects on historical representations of and misappropriation of Romani culture and the renaissance that we see when we allow the Romani community to speak in and of and from itself. This is really what the exhibition Renaissance of Romani Representation is about. We open a window to the past, so we explain how the Romani people came to be associated with some of those misapprehensions, some of those biases, some of those labels that it has been struggling with for over a millennium. We trace back really into old documents, maps, depictions, illustrations and texts, where those might have come from and how they were continued. But we also look at the present. What are we trying to do to not only mitigate, but also remediate and recalibrate conversations about and with Romani representatives? And so we come from the non-Romani gaze that is really an internalized view of Romani culture, so the story that is coming from the community, from contemporary expressions of cultural identity. We go to one specific artist, Imogen Bright-Moon, who tries to take it back to a more panoramic view. What are the different modes of expressivity that could be at play here when you are trying to tell the story from within to outside? So what remains there to do? The exhibition is going to be published on the 26th of September. It's in the very final stage of completion, so the images that you saw were screenshots from the actual content management editorial system at Europeana. So it's out there already a little bit in digital space, but it will be publicly launched on 26th of September. And of course, we invite everyone to explore, to share, and to promote as widely as possible. We also are discussing with CRDI to publish a pro-blog on 3D digitization. So Mark's and David's team's efforts in this really, I think, are something that could interest many of our peers in the GLAM sector. And so what we are contemplating is translating some kind of an essay or an article that you are already working on and having it published on Pro. And then we potentially wanted to publish a follow-up blog on the improvement of Romani representation in Europeana. I left it in this list because it's also still in the publication plan, and we kind of debated upon doing this as really a blog after the end of the project, when we have all our experiences also with publishing the exhibition gathered. And then finally, I think we collectively want and need to keep an eye on the visibility and the retrievability of these editorials. It's not that we have to somehow be a door guard or something to raise a finger if we don't think it's being done well. It's just that we have a joint responsibility now, I feel, for these collections that we worked so hard on, the editorials that we co-create together, and especially the communities that we represent through them. This was it for me, and I believe I made it just in time.
Just in time and well done. So thank you, Sophie. Just in time and well done. I think the presentation and the wealth of materials and the wealth of formats we have the project contributed to Europeana is valuable, and we saw a lot of it today. So thank you very much. Also thanks to John and Valentina. So if you have any questions here, please raise your hand, and we are perfect on time. So we have 1 minute for a question. Here. Yolan, please.
Thank you all three for your presentations. I think very nice overview of the Weave project. I had a question for Sophie mainly. Thank you so much for kind of giving us that overview of the editorials. I'm sure that there's a lot of things that you learned throughout the project as well with the project partners. Are there any challenges or lessons maybe that you want us to take away from this that we can think about in future projects, Europeana, but also other project partners?
Yeah, I think what remains to be further explored are constructive, efficient, inspiring modes of collaboration. And in all of these projects that we've done in the past 10 years, we already covered a large trajectory, or we walked a long way together. With yourself, with Adrian, with many of our colleagues here, we've done different things, like basically having exploratory conversations, to really finding the material and putting it together somewhere in a database, or really writing together in a Google Doc the text and seeing it come to life. With Adrian, I remember once we divided an exhibition in few parts, and we took with a few writers the responsibility about the parts before weaving them back together. So these different modes of collaboration, they keep on refining through the process of actually doing them. And I found that in this project, as we were exploring collections and materials perhaps less familiar to us, this was something to, it was good that we had the experience already from previous projects, but also we felt that there was still room for growth. So working with intangible heritage, what does it represent for the one or the other? How to make the most of it in the editorials that are more or less in traditional formats. I think that also on that part, we could be a bit more inventive and a bit more creative maybe. Perhaps we can find different modes of expression also for intangible cultural heritage. So these are things I was contemplating while actually working on these. And mainly, yes, my main takeaways. So, and then of course, finally, the fact that Europeana is a work in the making, right? It's always on the move, it's always evolving. That does not always make it easy for short-term projects to keep up the pace. And so I think we did really great here, because liaising with you guys is never a problem. But still, now looking back on it, what is visible and what will be visible in the next couple of months of all our efforts, it's fluent. We cannot say this is the fixed result, it will be sustainable for 10 years. We know that it will transform a little bit with time. So I don't know what else we can do, but continuing the conversation and walking an even longer road together, as long as we don't get tired of each other. But no.
Can I add something a little bit onto that question, which is going to take us a bit over time, but such is life. So the thing that we really learned in the project was this validation stage with the Roma content, and that was very important. And as Fred was talking before, in the capacity building and everything, that those best sort of practice documents are accessible, and so that other projects and other partners can, other community cultural heritage institutions can look at those and think about what we did and replicate those. So that's really good. But going a little bit further back historically, as I mentioned, we quite often have content that people themselves don't have. So we'll get contacted, not just, it's not usually on a community-based level, but it's a personal-based level. It's like, we don't have a picture of our great-grandfather. I've seen it on the site, it's so amazing. And now there's a little bit of a shift of, there's a picture of my great-grandfather on your website, what are you doing with it? How have you got it? It's almost a challenge, and that's, for us, is a little bit, suddenly we've been so loved and so respected for preserving culture, to now having something almost that maybe we shouldn't own. And I think this is challenges for I mean, we have an extra challenge because we're commercially licensing, and you know we that's also seen as exploitative, which you know adds to the problem. But I think with cultural heritage institutions that have certain content, they might now be thinking, I'm scared to put this up. And we really don't want that to happen. We need to encourage this engagement and this contextual, and you know, it's so important to not just put it in the right context, but also to make it available and accessible, because otherwise it's just like, oh, this is the too hard basket and we're going to put it under here and we're not going to look at it until it's safe to do so, till, you know. And when's that?
Yeah, if I can add to that, indeed, with in the community work towards the editorials, I think a lesson that we certainly take away, I think we already knew, but we are now even more experienced in wanting to take also the long route with communities. Of course, this effort was project-based. We accomplished a set of results, but I think what we would really aim and love to do is to continue the conversation, because in so many ways we've just started. We've explored how to engage with them, we tested different environments to do that, different modes of discussion and of contribution. I think we can make it even more reciprocal, we can make it even more interactive, participative, we can make it community driven. That would be also an important next step to take. So this is also something I take away. We've made a great effort and a really great start, but I would love to continue on this road.
Thank you, Sophie and John. Well, the best is still to come. So more questions and comments from the audience? No, then we just move to the next and final one for today, which is Mark Hernandez and David Iglesias talking about the use of photogrammetry for 3D digitization of a daguerreotype collection. And I look forward to this presentation.
Okay. Good morning. I am David Iglesias. I'm with Mark Hernandez from La Tempesta company. We will make this presentation to explain our experience using photogrammetry for digitizing the CRDI collection on daguerreotypes. I will make a short introduction to explain what's the collection about, this collection of daguerreotypes, and for you to have an idea of the importance of digitizing this in 3D. First of all, it's a big collection. It's 117 daguerreotypes. That it's quite a lot for this photographic technique. And there are two main groupings. And one is the Ángel Fuentes collection, and it's worthy to mention this name because he was a conservator who died 6 years ago. And he was really a specialist with an international recognition, and he was very linked to the city of Girona. So we had the opportunity to buy this collection, and now we have it with us. And then there is another important collection of 24 daguerreotypes that comes from Gibraltar in a location close to Barcelona. Most of the daguerreotypes, the author is unknown, but we know that most of them are from the United States, from England, and some are from Catalonia. There are authors like the Americans, like Thompson and Silas, or from the United Kingdom, Negretti and Zambra. I'm from Barcelona, Frank, and Antonio Fernandez or Anaïs Tifon. It is important, this collection, from different points of view. For example, for technology, because it allows us to build a story about the early years of the history of photography, because daguerreotype is the first photographic image in parallel with calotypes in United Kingdom. So it's a unique image. It took many hours to achieve a final image. So the preparation needs so much time, nothing to do with the digital photography, that everything goes so quick. And it can be reproduced. It's a negative and a positive at the same time. And the whole image needs some other elements that I will explain later. So we cannot think in an image separately. It's the whole object. So that's why it's so important to digitize in 3D. It doesn't happen with other photographic images because are usually flat images and there is not much to see. But in this case, the daguerreotype is the experience is with the whole object. Then it's also important for the cultural point of view, because it started in 1839, this technique, and this is the period of engravings. So images are represented using engravings. And the first daguerreotype, like this one, actually it's written on the bottom, comes from a daguerreotype. So this is a daguerreotype, but it was reproduced using engravings. Most of them that are not abused, but portraits. So this is the time that people had the opportunity, wealthy people had the opportunity to have a portrait. So in our collection, most are portraits, and these two that I show you now, these two are from collections from people from Girona, families of the city. There is an important variety of objects, as you can see in this slide, because not all are images in these cases. That was something very used in America, but there are also these frames, these continental or French frames, they were called this way. And there are also stereoscopic images, because stereoscopic begins at 1851, so same time of the daguerreotype period. And then all these objects, mainly all these jewels with different type shapes, etc. So the variety it's very rich. But the usual ones are these you see on the screen, the continental frame or the cases. And to have an idea of the importance, to make it in context, I think it's important to mention this project daguerreotypes, because I tried to make an inventory of daguerreotypes in Europe. And if we focus on Spain, they identified 1,200 daguerreotypes. And if we we focus on Catalonia collections, the biggest one was the one from Museu Maresa, one museum in Barcelona, with 92 daguerreotypes, or the one of the photographic archives in Barcelona, that's 35 more or less, or the Museum of Technique is 32 or something like that. So the CRDI collection is important, and this number is meaningful if we compare with the collections outside. And another...
I don't think the slides are changed.
No?
No.
I see the right one.
Usually
So let's fix these technical problems and start again. I think there is a kind of misalignment of the presentation we see and what is presented on the.
No?
Oh, now, yes.
Okay. So. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I won't repeat everything again. We talk about the database project to put it in context. And now, one important aspect to mention is that we are now very enthusiastic with 3D digitizing all things. But when you receive a collection like this, the more important thing is the preservation. So we need to see what are the problems with these images, because they are very sensitive. For example, daguerreotypes are dyed with the oxygen, so they need to be stamped with the glass, the copper glass. So we need to work on this, and that was the first thing we met with it with our collection. So everything was restored, and we changed the glasses that have problems. Some are broken, but there are problems with lixiviation or whatever. So I think we cannot forget this, because it's a crucial aspect. Otherwise, the digital experience doesn't exist. It's also important to focus on content. I won't say much about this, but these are portraits, and it explains very well the society of the period, and we can focus on different elements, like how they are represented. These girls with a book, they choose to be represented with a book, or with the jewels of these ladies, these women. One of the images is in color, but we are not the period that the color existed for photography, so they were hand colored. How families were represented, and post-mortem, you know, that people had no opportunity to be photographed during life, so some of them had just one image that was when they died, and this happened often with children at this period, mid-19th. And the last thing that we'll have to understand what we analyze in a 3D is all the elements that are part of a daguerreotype. We have seen these cases, but these cases can be leather, can be thermoplastic, like union cases, and with different decoration, because there are catalogs. There was an industry that provide all these materials. So cases is one of the things, and also the cases have these the pads, the case pads, sometimes with the name of the photographer or with advertising, with different colors, with different decoration. So there are many details that we should take into account and pay attention to understand the period and how is the whole object. No? Also, the mats. The mats is B. You see, that separates the plate with the final image with the glass. So it's something that it's needed, and there are very different types of mats. The shape could be oval or octagon or elliptic. There is the double elliptic, etc. Also the preserver that holds together the image with the mat and the copper glass. That is D, I think, and that it started in 1847, and there are different types of preservers. So all the elements constitute the daguerreotype object, and if we have a knowledge and experience on this, then we can analyze this with the 3D object that Mark will explain.
Thanks. I will need to judge the presentation.
Switch.
Once I done, I will load the presentation. go to presentation mode. Okay, and there we are. Yes. Okay, do you hear me well? Yeah? Okay. Good morning and thanks for having me here. And I will briefly introduce myself. My name is Marc Hernandez and I'm the director of La Tempesta. It's a full-service digital company, and we create and we develop, we design digital mediation and new media tools for cultural heritage knowledge and content-based organizations and also their communities. That's what we basically do. We are a multidisciplinary team. We are based in Barcelona, downtown, and you are all very welcome to visit us when you come to Barcelona. Okay, we started in 2019, even though our experience is wider. We were Lobby Award winners for Best Cultural Project, historical heritage in this case of the Barcelona Zoo, which is also a cultural institution. We are working in 3D in different projects. For example, this one we are working in 3D and Metaverse. Okay, it's a project that will be launched next month. Okay, so we are allowing Ukrainian artists also to show their artwork. And in this case, you can see the Krakiv. It's an Ukrainian public library that was bombed and then scanned and put into the metaverse. Okay, introduction ended. And the daguerreotype collection of the CRDI, this fantastic collection that David already explained. Everything is complex in the daguerreotype world, even you see the morphology, everything. And as you can see, there is a slight detail here, which is the daguerreotypes are basically mirrors. Okay, so it's even a challenge for a photographer to take a regular 2D picture. So imagine having to take 150 pictures to make a 3D model. So basically, challenge was that building a 3D model using plain photogrammetry technique. So we basically thought, okay, this is something that for sure somebody have done before, and we started to look in the internet, and what we found is super nice 3D models of daguerreotypes that were completely fake. They were modeled. Okay, so this started to look a little like suspicious. Why people are modeling something that can be done with photogrammetry? Well, it's the answer you will understand later. Is that it's not that obvious to make it with photogrammetry. The happy end is that it can be done, as we will see. But the challenge of the project was not faking the result, not making a 3D model idealization of what the daguerreotype would look like. So the complexity comes, as I said, because it's brightness, light reflection, positive and negative at the same time, multiple moving parts, the case leads, the closures and hooks that move, and the chains, the rig, etc. And as you know, the daguerreotype needs to be photographed from both directions, upside down. And, okay, so when you move it, the hook also moves. Okay, so and when you move it, you have to be really precise not to move the leads, otherwise the result can be, of course, affected. And okay, so we had to figure out how can we do that, because it's very important that the daguerreotype doesn't reflect any surface that it's not black. So we make this huge light box, okay, and it was like 3 meters high, and you could make a small party here if you want. Okay. So we had also the black backdrop. The rotating platform was inside, and we had to design specific APS supports because of course, as you've seen, the variety of shapes and the morphology is so also wide that I mean, we were pretty involved into cutting, and there was also a manual work. So it's a digital project that has done where we have done a lot of manual work also, and of course the focus, the light, etc. So the photo taking, we used 3 professional cameras in different heights. Okay, this was basically because we need to optimize the process. So it was not only digitizing one daguerreotype, but 99. So you can imagine all this complexity need to be like reduced and optimized. So it was kind of a Taylorist effort to optimize everything, and we finally got to the conclusion that 24 pictures at 3 levels and up and down. So it was at the end over 144 pictures, plus some pictures of details that perhaps needed an extra coverage, like for example, the more like external parts, that tend to go out of focus. Yeah. We use the hyperfocal technique, where everything at the end is mostly defined, and okay, as I said, the adaptation to the casuistic and the shape of every daguerreotype. So here comes the video, which I don't know if it will display. Is it moving? Yeah, okay. This is a simulation of a part of this, and you will see that some reflections also happen. It was impossible at all to basically eliminate all of them. But at the end, the nice thing of the photogrammetry is that you have all these pictures, and then you choose which pictures are really the best, okay? And you basically reject also part of the material. The idea is not to introduce too much noise into the 3D model processing, because otherwise the result won't be okay. So, yeah. So this is description of the process we followed. I think it's perhaps now it's too hard to go into all these steps. I mean, I will share the presentation because our idea is that our efforts are replicable into other institutions that want to use them. But okay, this was, let's say, as a research project also. So we had a team of 4 people, myself and a photographer and 2 3D technicians, Paul and Raquel, that are here today. And so we started trying to find the good approach with one camera. And I also want to thank David, because David was was patient enough and to give us the confidence to keep on trying and going into this scientific research project, which is perhaps something that we didn't foresee, that all this research would be necessary. And when we finally were able to have a good result, then we thought on how to make this in a big scale. So that's where we started with the 3 cameras, 3 laptops, and all this technique of optimizing the process. Okay, so as a conclusion, well, here you have a video of one of the daguerreotypes. You can see, well, it looks pretty defined, and you can even see like the details in the plate, and also when it turns, there are some handwritten words that can be read also. If you get close to it, okay. Yeah. So it's at the end high definition what we are getting, and it's the important thing is the details can be seen, and at the end also we think it's an affordable technique for most institutions. I mean, you need good cameras, but for the consortium, I guess everyone has a good camera here, and you need powerful laptops, or you have a supercomputer like Matthias, even better. But with a powerful laptop with a power graphic card, it can be possible to work like that. And okay, there are different strategies, but the one we get was successful. So the limits of the technique, of course there are limits also, because this scientific effort was very, very hard, because if you change something, then you have to process everything and see the result and then start again. So we were into this never-ending scientific test, experimenting and correcting and assessing, etc. And the light has to be absolutely homogenic, etc., etc. Okay, and yeah. Basically, what was paramount for us was using masks. Okay, masks allows to basically tell the software, take into account everything except what is masked, and then you can use what is interesting for the final result and hide what it's not. Okay, so masking was paramount. And here we are comparing a regular photograph with a 3D model. Okay, so what I was telling you before is that we think that it's I mean, the heritage interest of having this photogrammetry is much superior to having an idealization of 3D model, because you can see, like, you see the cases deteriorate, and sometimes, yeah, the dark zones are also present in the original model. I mean, the detail is pretty, and the textile materials have also the same. You see the cross here is already also here. Okay, the mouse is not. Sorry. Well, so it's basically what I wanted to comment, and thank you for your attention. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark. I think very impressive. I have to say, it looks to me like a very complex procedure that you need to have a plan, and by trial by error you've managed to find the right plan. So I think it was very insightful, at least for me. There will be a workshop later on, I would say. That's something I'm going to say now. It's 3 o'clock, but only for those who registered, and only for those who are present here. So you cannot take a part online. And maybe there are questions here regarding this process of digitization. Please, Antonella.
When I have seen the visualization of this 3D model of the daguerreotype, I had the desire to fold it, to move the pieces. Is this something that you are planning?
Yeah, well, in fact, the thing is we had 99 daguerreotypes, so we started in this project to give them like the same basic treatment, and we also choose to give the positive image of the daguerreotype, not to animate them. In fact, this would simply be like adding extra effort to the project, and the objective was delivering on time all this huge amount of daguerreotypes. So we put all our effort in have a systematic way approach, replicable, and would lead us to the final result. But starting from here, I mean, we can add all the extra even special effects. We can give this positive, negative by adding post-processing. That will lead to a next question, will be in which extent are you reflecting the exact original object. But in the case that you mean opening and closing, yeah, that would be perfectly possible. But I guess some tricks would be needed also, because okay, yeah, it's a matter of adding hours.
Answering your question, we had the idea and the project to create a virtual lab for the daguerreotype, because we organized an exhibition in Barcelona in the Mafra Foundation. So we had the money for this at the beginning, and using virtual these virtual glasses, like the ones that Arthur are working with different projects. So, but because of COVID, they rejected to this, because it was on-site exhibition and people should go there and use the classes. And so they didn't pay for this, and the project stopped. But it's possible, of course. We start actually working on this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other question? Yes, Sophie.
Like you said, it's repeatable, this process, because you studied it well, you documented it really adequately, more than adequately. But is it also scalable? Because I heard you say when you're working on the selecting of the images that give you the right kind of reflection, the meshing part of things, I mean, it sounds like enormously labor intensive. So what would you need to scale it up, and do you see it happen sometime soon?
Yeah, well, now we are prepared to scale it now. We were not, perhaps, we need to learn it during the process. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some automatic masking, but part of the masking is also manual. So, I mean, it's not really, the automatization is not possible for all the steps. Some of them will be manual. So we invested, for example, 4 hours of technician, but at the end it was like 2 hours only with the Metashape software. I'm not counting in this time the photo session, okay, the photo taking, but from 4 hours to 2 hours, depending on the. But we at the end, when we were familiar with everything, we were like narrowing all this, the time invested. But yes, it's now it's scalable. The nice thing was also shooting with 3 cameras at the same time, because otherwise I mean, a human person can resist in a black box like the one with the heat, with the focus. I mean, it was pain. It was completely hard. I mean, you need. So it allowed us to shorten a lot the shooting also. So at the end, we thought, hey, give us some more. I mean, we are already on the track. Yeah, we were allowed. Yeah.
So the best is yet to come.
I hope so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask you another question? But the various parts of the daguerreotypes are digitized individually, so eventually you can dismount it. Apart the interface to dismount, but the models of each part is done. It's one model.
It's a compact.
It's a compact model. Yeah, it's compact. Yeah.
So it's not a model of each part.
No.
It's a unique model.
Yeah. It's like if you took a picture, but instead of that you took many pictures from many sides and you assemble everything, so it gives a solid object, 3D object. We could split in different parts and make them move, but that would be like artificially. So, as I said, it's like the pure approach and the pure result of photogrammetry is this. Starting from here, we can add as many special effects, light, positive, negative, artificial add-ons. But okay, in fact, I think the interesting thing of the project was giving a first, like, pure approach to photogrammetry.
Actually, at the beginning, when we saw the first model for results, we asked them that there are times, depending on the angle, it looks like negative or positive. So with photogrammetry that wasn't possible, but they succeeded using an effect. But we didn't accept because then it affects the whole object and these pure results that were a gift. So as he said, yes, you can do many things with effects, but you need to assess if it's really worthy or if you accept the limits.
Well, one thing that we didn't test neither is using a laser scanner. We don't know what will happen. I guess that, well, something that somebody could try and and tell us. But we had the feeling that photogrammetry results will be easier to work with to get this result, because, as I said before, the good thing of photogrammetry is that you select what you keep and what you take and you take off. So that is something that with a laser scan is not that easy to do. Okay. So, but again, perhaps somebody discovers the most efficient way and most precise. You said no, the technique is every 6 months improving and improving. But with these resources, this equipment, and this ambition, I mean, that's the best we could get. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, now Mateus.
Yeah, I would like to first congratulate for the work. I really understand when you say that the problems with the moving parts and the reflection. I totally know what you're saying. I think that now, maybe an idea for the future, now that you have this record of these 3D models, you could run an AI, a machine learning application over it to record all the damages that are on the daguerreotypes. You know, to record, I don't know, maybe you have done it already manually, like human powered. But artificial intelligence could run where the glass is broken, which of the cases is broken, and so on. You know, to have a really case-by-case documentation what needs to be repaired if it's going to be repaired.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea to have like automatization to have all this detail.
I think at the end, the number of objects is limited, so in a way you could do this by hand better or easier. So it depends on the number of objects
you can identify the basic damages and then try to work like this. But I guess it's quite difficult because, for example, one of the main damage for a glass is lixiviation. And when it hits a star, these little points that you don't know if it's lixiviation or it's a spot there, or maybe it's noise from the digital process. Something like the broken glasses, yes, this will be possible. But and then the main problem is the oxygen. If it goes inside, you don't see if it's stamped or not. You need to have the elements separated, so we should think about this a lot. But the idea is good, of course.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, comment on the last presentation of today? I don't see any. So we are 50 minutes behind schedule, so more or less on time. So maybe a few closing words. There is something waiting outside, I hope.
Yes.
We are not going to leave you hungry. Any case. It was an interesting day. Many thanks to all the speakers and the audience here in this wonderful place and online. I think the results of WEAVE are, in my view, impressive, but I'm very biased here. So let's hope that you also see that the results are valuable and that you can use them in your work, and you can use them to create more intangible heritage, stories about intangible heritage, and promote communities that are at risk. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the host, David, and to all the crew here. And that's it. So let's go for lunch.